Mr. Coons. Right, so we're on the record in docket 24-02784. That's People of the State of Michigan versus Stephen Mills. Will the parties please introduce themselves for the record? Ms. Wilson.
Abigail Wilson for the people.
Mr. Coons.
Good morning, Your Honor. Dustin Coons for Stephen Mills, who's here to my right.
And sir, you are Stephen Mills, is that correct?
Yes, Your Honor.
All right, thank you. This is the time set for a final pretrial in the matter. Ms. Wilson, how are we proceeding today?
Thank you, Your Honor. A subpoena was sent to the complaining witness at her last known address. She did contact our office requesting to appear via Zoom for this proceeding. I did request via the victim advocate that she appear in person. I have not seen her in person nor on Zoom. The people cannot sustain their burden without her participation.
Right, I have on the Zoom, I have Ms. Coleman and somebody named Shalhoun.
Yeah, we aren't sure who that person is.
So would the person under the moniker Shalhoun please identify yourselves by your by your full name? Shalhoun, S-H-A-L-U-N. Would you please identify yourself? Without further identification of the person, are you expecting a motion from defense, or are you making a motion?
I'm expecting a motion from defense.
Okay, Mr. Coons.
Your Honor, without the necessary witness being able to participate, I should say the necessary witness, the only witness in this case, we would ask the court to dismiss, understanding that it'll be without prejudice. I'll make sure my client understands what that means.
All right. And Ms. Wilson, you did indicate that the complaining victim was subpoenaed and is not here today. They were told they were going to show up by Zoom, and we don't have anybody by Zoom.
That's correct. She requested to appear by Zoom. I requested via the victim advocate for her to appear in person, but I have not seen her on Zoom or in person.
But I will grant the motion. Thank you, Megan. I will grant the motion to dismiss without prejudice on docket 24-02784 based on the representations of counsel and plaintiff. This is dismissed without prejudice, which means, Mr. Scott, that this case, I'm sorry, Mr. Mills, this means that this case could be reissued if the people choose to reissue it. But for our purposes today, the case is dismissed. All right, sir. And I will sign the order accordingly. Anything else for the record in 24-02784, Ms. Wilson?
Not for the people.
Mr. Coons?
No, thank you, Your Honor.
Yeah, you should be all set, Mr. Mills. Mr. Mills, thank you for your appearance today.
Thank you, sir. Your Honor.
Thank you, Mr. Coons.
See you. And I think we're ready on Patricia Demond.
And is that Mr. Raleigh?
That is correct. Okay.
Mr. Demond, you can give if she'll take Ms. And then, ma'am, you can take the child outside for now. All right, so we're on the record in docket 24-03213. On the record in 24-03213. That's People of the State of Michigan versus Patricia Demond. Will the parties please introduce themselves for the record? Ms. Wilson.
Abigail Wilson for the people.
Mr. Raleigh.
Jacob Raleigh on behalf of Ms. Demond.
And ma'am, you are Patricia Demond, is that correct?
Yes, Your Honor.
Thank you. This is the time set for a final pretrial in the matter. Ms. Wilson, how are we proceeding?
Thank you, Your Honor. My understanding is that this is going to be a plea. The offer in this matter is a plea to the sole count in the complaint, that is count 1, domestic violence. The people are in agreement to no objection to 7694A status should the defendant be eligible. We are also under a sentencing agreement of no further upfront jail, and we would request that the PA 53 violation set for this morning as well be dismissed.
So no objection, 7694A status if available. That'll be determined, of course, by probation. There's a killabrew of no upfront jail. Is that correct?
That's correct, Your Honor.
So I have no objection, 769-4A status, killabrew, no upfront jail. What am I missing?
Request that the PA 53 be dismissed, or the violation.
Is that a full and fair statement of the plea agreement, Mr. Raleigh?
Yes, Your Honor, it is.
All right. May I inquire of your client of their advice of misdemeanor rights on the domestic violence plea?
Yes, Your Honor.
Ms. Demond, you understand that you have the following jury trial rights in this 93-day misdemeanor and or $500. You've heard what's been placed on the record. At this time, the negotiations are no objection, 769-4A status, if available, killabrew of no further upfront jail, and PA 53 is dismissed as part of this agreement. Is that your understanding, ma'am?
Yes, Your Honor.
All right. You have the following rights, and I'll walk you through those rights. You have the right to be tried by a jury, to be presumed innocent till proven guilty, to have the prosecutor prove beyond reasonable doubt that you are guilty, to have the witnesses against you appear at trial, to question any witnesses that are brought against you, to remain silent during the trial, not to have that silence used against you, and to testify at trial if you choose to testify. If your plea is accepted, you'll give the claim the plea result of any promises or threats that it was not your choice to plead guilty. You'd also be giving up the right to appeal anything from a trial. Since you won't be having a trial, you'll be pleading guilty instead. You understand that the ultimate penalty in this case is 93 days and or $500. And if I was to do something different than what's been agreed to by the lawyers, you'd have the opportunity to withdraw your plea. You understand that, ma'am?
Sure.
All right. I'm going to have you raise your right hand. Do you solemnly swear or affirm to tell the truth, the whole truth, and nothing but the truth on the penalty of the truth?
Yes, Your Honor.
All right. I'm going to bring your attention back to October 20th, 2024 at the offense location of 1713 South Pennsylvania in the city of Lansing, Ingham County. Were you present on October 20th, 2024 on Pennsylvania in the city of Lansing, Ingham County?
Yes, Your Honor.
And who is Natika McCants to you?
My ex-spouse.
Okay, so that's your spouse. All right. And you were in a dating relationship where you have a child in common with her?
My certificate.
Okay, so you were in a dating relationship. All right. And you're pleading guilty to the offensive touching of Nikita McCants that was not done in self-defense. So what did you do in regards to Natika McCants that was not done in self-defense?
I punched her.
Okay. And you knew at the time you intentionally punched her. That wasn't an accident.
All right.
And you did so not in self-defense. Is that correct? Is that a yes? All right, thank you. Anything towards a factual basis, Ms. Wilson?
No, Your Honor, people are satisfied.
Mr. Raleigh?
No, Your Honor.
All right. I find the factual basis to be knowing, voluntarily, and accurately made. And we'll refer to probation for the 769 status review and then any other probationary review, but we'll refer to probation. So probation's on the 5th floor. Go to them. They'll either see you today or they'll set up an appointment, and then we'll see what options are available to us at sentencing. All right, ma'am?
Okay.
All
Thank
right.
you, Your Honor.
Yes. All right. Oh, sentencing date of?
January 21st, 2025 at 1:30.
January 21st, 2025 at 1:30. And you have notifications from my court officer. Thank you for your appearance today. And then you want to dismiss the PA 53?
That's correct.
All right.
I have one more thing.
All right. So we'll grant the motion to dismiss. The PA 53. Anything else for the record in 24-03-213, Ms. Wilson?
Not for the people.
Mr. Raleigh.
No, Your Honor.
All right, thank you.
Have you spoken to them?
I was going to.
Okay. Oh, gotcha.
They're requesting that Carter's case gets called because the court officer looks like she has a hearing at 9:30.
On Carter.
Yes, the Iona jail.
I believe.
All right, so Miss Carter, is it Cameron Carter?
Yes.
All right, I'm gonna place you in a breakout room with your public defender, and then we'll place it on the record, all right?
Okay.
Thank you. So you'll go to room 1, and then I'll put Mr. Lee in room 1 when he joins us. All right, so we're on the record in docket 23-00366. That is people of the state of Michigan versus Oyana Moore. Will the parties please introduce themselves for the record? Ms. Wilson.
Abigail Wilson for the people.
Mr. Raleigh.
Jacob Raleigh on behalf of Ms. Moore.
And ma'am, you are Oyana Moore, is that correct?
Yes.
All right, thank you. This is the time set for a final pretrial in the matter. Ms. Wilson, how are we proceeding?
Thank you, Your Honor. It's my understanding that this is going to be a plea to the sole count of the complaint, that is malicious destruction of personal property, 200 or more or less than 1,000. There is a sentencing agreement to no further upfront jail, and there is a restitution agreement to $1,312 to Washington Center Apartments.
What's the restitution again?
$1,312.
And that's to Washington,
Center Apartments.
and you have a red sheet for that?
I do, Your Honor.
Do you want to?
Yes, I can.
I'll make sure that's in the file. All right, and there's a killabrew of no further jail, is that
That's correct.
All right, so Mr. Raleigh, I'll reiterate that my understanding of the plea agreement, it's a plea to the MDOP 200 or more, but less than 1,000. Restitution has been set to Washington Center Apartments for $1,312. And there's an agreement that there's no more upfront jail in the matter. Is that a fair statement, Mr. Raleigh?
Yes, it is. Your Honor.
All right. May I inquire of Ms. Moore for advice and misdemeanor rights on this case?
Yes, Your Honor.
Ms. Moore, you understand that that this is a misdemeanor and the ultimate penalty is 1 year and/or $2,000. There's an agreement between counsel that you receive no further upfront jail. If I was to do anything different from that agreement, you'd have the opportunity to withdraw your plea. Do you understand that, ma'am? All right. I'm going to walk you. You have the following jury trial rights, and I'll walk you through those rights. You have the right to be tried by a jury, to be presumed innocent until proven guilty. You have the prosecutor prove beyond reasonable doubt that you are guilty. to have witnesses against you appear at trial, to question any witnesses that are brought against you. You're represented today by Attorney Joseph
Hey, Jacob.
Jacob Raleigh.
Thank you.
Jacob Raleigh, and he would be present to cross-examine any witnesses or contest any charges brought against you by the people of the state of Michigan. You understand that, ma'am? You have the right to have the court ordering witnesses in your defense to remain silent during the trial, not to have that silence used against you, and to testify at trial if you choose to testify. If your plea is accepted, you'll give up the claim the plea was a result of any promises other than what we stated on the record or threats that was not your choice to plead guilty. You'd also be giving up the right to appeal anything from trial. Since you won't be having a trial, you'll be pleading guilty to the 1-year misdemeanor instead. Is it my understanding it is your wish today to plead guilty to the misdemeanor of MDOP over 200 but less than 1,000? All right. I'm going to raise your right hand. Do you solemnly swear or affirm to tell the truth, the whole truth, and nothing but the truth under penalty of perjury?
Sure.
All right. I'm going to bring your attention back to December 2nd, 2022 at the offense location of Washington Center Apartment, which is 3200 South Washington. Were you in person at 3200 South Washington on December 2nd, 2022 in the city of Lansing?
Yes.
All right. And you're indicated that the indication is that you maliciously destroyed some security camera that was the property of Washington Center. Why don't you tell me about that? What did you do?
I was trying to act like I was doing a 3-throw and knock it down.
Did you do so intentionally, knock it down, or did you do so by
It
accident?
was by accident.
Right, that's not going to work then. So, Mr. Raleigh, did you
I
so?
was like just moving around and then.
So, Mr. Raleigh, do you need some time, or do you just want to? Do you need some time with your client?
I
Or?
have a moment. Just
All
to
right.
Make sure.
All right. We have a mystery.
Might be a translator.
All right. On which case? So, Mr. Gilchrist, you're here on the, are you here as an interpreter on the Hernandez Reyes case? You'll have to unmute, sir. I can't hear you.
Apologies. Yes, I'm here, but it's not for the Spanish. It's for Vietnamese case. Hien Nguyen.
Win.
Yeah.
Oh,
NGUYEN.
So you're here for the 930 case, is that correct?
Yes, sir.
All right. All right, stand by. We've got some cases to call in front of you. I haven't seen Mr. Gwynn. You see him?
Not yet, no.
All right, so stand by and
Absolutely.
so let's go back on the record in docket 23-00366. Mr. Raleigh, did you have the opportunity to speak with Ms. Moore? And did you want to continue with the plea, or did you want to set this for a jury trial?
We'd like to continue.
All right. All right. So, Ms. Moore, you understand that this can't be an accidental injury to the security camera. This has to be intentionally done. You'd have to intentionally want to damage the security camera.
Yes, I agree.
So why don't you tell me about that?
I actually just snatched it up and and that damaged it.
And you meant to do so at the time,
Yes, sir.
and it was not an accident. All right, Ms. Wilson, anything towards a factual basis concerning the security camera in docket 23-00366 or the factual basis on the plea? Anything else, Ms. Wilson?
I might have missed it, but, Ms. Moore, you're not contesting that this was in Ingham County, state of Michigan?
Right, it's in the city of Lansing?
The city of Lansing.
Okay.
Okay, all right. And you're not contesting that the value of the damage was more than $200, but less than 1,000?
No.
Okay,
All right,
I am satisfied, Your Honor.
all right. Anything towards the factual basis, Mr. Raleigh?
No, Your Honor.
I find the factual basis to be knowing, voluntarily, and accurately made. Will refer to probation. So, Ms. Moore, you should go to the probation department's one floor down. Go to them. They'll either see you now or they'll set up an appointment to see you.
So this is for restitution?
Yeah, it's for restitution and to see what their recommendation is
Okay.
concerning the matter. And we'll set for sentencing, because there is a Killebrew agreement and no upfront jail, so they're gonna review that.
Okay.
We'll set for sentencing on
Okay.
January 21st at 1:30.
January 21st at 1:30. This will be set for. So you should get notification from my court officer for that January 21st date, and we'll see what options are available to us on that date. If I was not to follow the Killebrew of no upfront jail, you'd have the opportunity to withdraw your plea. You understand that? All right. All right, we'll see you on that date. Thank you for your appearance. All right, we'll call the case of docket 24-02551. That is People of the State of Michigan versus Cameron Carter. Will the parties please introduce themselves for the record? Ms. Wilson.
Abigail Wilson for the people.
Mr. Lee.
Assistant Public Defender John Lee on behalf of Miss Cameron Carter.
And ma'am, you are Miss Cameron Carter, is that correct? You'll have to talk into the mic.
Yes.
Okay, thank you. This is the time set for a final pretrial today. Ms. Wilson, how are we proceeding?
Thank you, Your Honor. It's my understanding that this is going to be a plea to the charge of the complaint with no objection to HYTA status and agreement of restitution in the amount of $350.
All right, so it's a plea to the MDOP to 1,000, and it is a still approved. No, say it again.
No objection to YTA
No
status.
objection. And a restitution.
And $350 in restitution to the complaining witness, Lenaria Melvin Blackman.
Do you have a,
We're filling one out.
all right, so Lenaria, that would be Lenaria Melvin. And is that a fair statement, Mr. Lee, concerning the plea agreement, a plea of MDOP 200 to 1,000? Make sure that says that 200 to 1,000. No objection to YTA status and restitution of $350 to Lenaria Melvin.
Yes, Your Honor.
All right. May I inquire of Ms. Carter of their advice of misdemeanor rights?
Yes, Your Honor.
Ms. Carter, you have the following rights. You understand that you're pleading guilty to the misdemeanor in this matter, the misdemeanor being a 1 year and or $2,000. If I don't, there's a no objection to HYA status and a restitution of $350 to Ms. Blackman. If I was not to follow that, then you'd have the opportunity to withdraw your plea. Do you understand that, ma'am?
Yes.
All right. You have some rights in this misdemeanor case, and I'll walk you through those rights. You have the right to be tried by a jury, to be presumed innocent until proven guilty, to have the prosecutor prove beyond reasonable doubt that you are guilty, to have witnesses against you appear at trial, to question any witnesses that are brought against you. You are represented today by Attorney John Lee, and he'd be present to cross-examine any witnesses or contest any charges brought against you by the people of the state of Michigan. You have the right to have the court order witnesses appear in your defense, to remain silent during the trial, not to have that silence used against you, and to testify at trial if you choose to testify. If your plea is accepted, you'll give the claim the plea was a result of any promises other than what's been stated on the records, or threats that it was not your choice to plead guilty. You're also giving up the right to appeal anything from a trial, since you won't be having a trial. You'll be pleading guilty to the MDOP 200 or more, but less than 1,000 today. Is it your wish today to waive those jury trial rights and plead guilty to the MDOP 200 or more, but less than 1,000?
1,000. Yes.
Okay. I'm going to have you raise your right hand as best you can. Do you solemnly swear or affirm to tell the truth, the whole truth, and nothing but the truth under penalty of perjury?
Yes.
All right. I'm going to bring your attention back to June 17th, 2024 at the offense location of this happened in the city of Lansing, ma'am?
Yes.
All right. And you were in the city of Lansing on June 17th, 2024.
Yes.
And so you're pleading to malicious destruction of property. Do you know who is Lenaria Melvin Blackman to you? Do you know that person?
Yes.
And who are they?
She's a enemy. Yeah.
She's
Something
what?
like that. I don't like her. We not friends.
All right. All right.
I was just
And at that time, did you do damage to a car window belonging to Lenaria Melvin Blackman?
yes, I
Okay, and you're not disputing that the damage you did to the car window was over $200, but less than 1,000.
yes.
All right, and you did so willfully and maliciously injure the car window. That was not done by accident. Is that correct?
Yes.
Okay. Anything towards the factual basis, Ms. Wilson?
No, Your Honor, the people are satisfied.
Okay, Mr. Lee, anything towards the factual basis?
Nothing further.
All right. I find the factual basis to be knowing, voluntarily, and accurately made. How did we want to refer this to probation? So they'll call out there?
Yeah, I would think so.
I would think with restitution and the
Yeah.
YTA, they have to. So,
Yup.
so we'll refer to probation. They'll call out to the Ionia jail if that is the last known. And we'll set this for sentencing.
And if Ms. Carter is released before they have an opportunity, if she can just get in contact with
Mr. Lee,
probation
yeah.
or Mr. Lee.
All right. So Miss Carter, we're gonna set this for sentencing on
January 21st, 2025.
January 21st, 2025 at 1:30. And if you're released from Ionia before that date, and you're not seen by the city of Lansing 54A probation, you should make sure and get to see them. They should be calling you in the next week. I just don't know when your out date in the Ionia jail is. Do you have an out date there?
No, not yet.
All right. All right. So they should be there to see you in the next, they should call out there to see you in the next week or so. But your sentencing is set for January 21st at 1:30. All right, ma'am?
Thank you.
You may. I have the pink sheet for the court's file. Thank you. Anything else for the record in 24-02-551, Ms. Wilson?
Not for the people.
Mr. Lee?
No, thank you, Your Honor.
All right, Ms. Wilson, you should be all set. Thank you for your appearance today. We lost her.
Judge, we do have 2 interpreters here. If you want
Mr. Gilchrist, we're gonna put Gwen on the record.
Yes, interpreters here.
All right, so let's go ahead and we're gonna grab him. He is not represented by counsel today.
Yes, sir.
That was that John Lee's attorney.
Oh,
Surprise.
so Mr. Lee, I have, the computer has you as the attorney
For who?
for Mr. Gwynn.
Oh, right.
We're appointed on November 12th.
So I have you appointed on November 12th. Did you want to talk to him with the translator?
That would be, oh, yeah, Mr. Nguyen. Yes,
Yeah,
yes,
okay.
Mr. Nguyen is Mike.
All right.
Sorry, I thought we were.
So let's put you and Mr. Gwynn with Mr. Gilchrist. And once you join us, I'll put you both on the, I think that's the easiest.
That would be great.
All
Yes,
right.
sir. Thank you.
Thanks. All right, so Mr. Gilchrist, he does have a lawyer. It's a public defender, and we're gonna go ahead and put him in, I'm gonna put you in a breakout room. So I'll put you in room 1, and then once he joins with his lawyer, we'll place them in the breakout room 1, and then you can help translate between him and his lawyer. All right, sir?
Thank you.
All right.
Judge, it looks like for Mr. Verdugo Perez, he was denied a court-appointed attorney, but the translator is here.
All right.
Or I should say.
That's not till 9:30. So what did you want to call? Or we can go on Verdugo Perez.
Yeah. Who are you running on?
Millen.
Okay.
Nolan? So once Mr. Lee joins, we can put him in room 1.
Okay, do you want to call the hall for these people?
Who?
Verdugo Perez.
Not, I don't think, I don't know if he's got a, let me do some of these 8:30s first, because that's a 9:30 case. And I'm not sure if he's represented today. Who do you have him represented?
He was denied, Judge.
So.
So that means Abby would have to put him on the
Yeah,
record or
the
meet
issue
with him.
is that the receipt that I have isn't. So I can.
I'll leave that up to.
The restitution? Yeah. See if I can get it. Yeah, all right.
So what case is that?
McMillan's ready.
And then, did you want, we have an interpreter on Mr. Verdugo Perez. He is not represented. Did you want to meet with him? Did you just want to place that on the record?
Let's place that on the record. Yeah.
So let's make sure the interpreter's in here. All right, go ahead and have a seat, ma'am, and we'll call your case next. No, you're,
Sorry.
I was
Looking
looking at you, but I was talking to the person right behind you. All right. All right, so we're on the record in docket 23-03469. That's People of the State of Michigan versus Jennifer McMillan. Will the parties please introduce themselves for the record? Ms. Wilson.
Abigail Wilson for the people.
Mr. Rowland.
Jacob Riley on behalf of Ms. McMillan.
And ma'am, you are Jennifer McMillan, is that correct?
Yes.
All right, thank you. This is the time set for a final pretrial in the matter. Ms. Wilson, how are we proceeding?
Thank you, Your Honor. The complaining witness in this matter, Samantha DeBourbon, was subpoenaed at her last known address. We have attempted to make contact with her and not have been able to. She is not present here today. people cannot proceed without her participation. I expect a motion from the defense.
Mr. Raleigh.
Sorry, Your Honor, as defense motion to dismiss.
So, with the inability for the prosecutor to proceed, the complaining victim has failed to appear and was subpoenaed today. I will grant the motion to dismiss without prejudice by the defense. I'll have that. I can hear that being printed off right now. Thank you, Megan. So this will be a dismissal without prejudice based on defense counsel's motion. And I am in possession of the dismissal without prejudice or nollie pros or order of dismissal in docket 23-03469. Ma'am, this means the case is dismissed without prejudice, which means that people could reissue if they choose to, but for our purposes today, the case is dismissed, all right?
Understood.
All right. Anything else for the record in docket 23-03469, Ms. Wilson?
Just the general reminder that it takes a day or two for any no contact orders to purge from lien. So it's probably best to stay away until that's.
It takes about a day to purge it completely from lien
Understood.
because it's a computer program. So with that understanding, anything else, Mr. Rowley?
No.
All right, that's all for the record, 23-03469. Thank you, ma'am, for your appearance.
Thank you.
Then let's go ahead on Mr. Go ahead.
Verdugo.
Yeah.
Yeah.
Just right. So, ma'am, you can come up here. All right, and ma'am, can you state and spell your first name and last name for the record?
Susana Villarreal, Susana, V as in Victor, ILLARREAL.
All right, thank you. I'm gonna have you raise your right hand. Do you solemnly swear or affirm that you will truly, accurately, and impartially interpret in the matter now before the court and not divulge confidential communications? So if you God under the penalty of perjury. All right, thank you. And you just let me know if I'm going too fast, all right? All right, so we're on the record in 24-03317. And can you hear that? Mr. Verdugo Perez?
Señor Pérez, ¿nos puede escuchar?
Sí.
All right.
Yes.
All right. That is people of the state of Michigan versus Josue Verdugo Perez.
Pueblo del estado de Michigan, en contra de José Verdugo Pérez.
Will the parties please introduce themselves for the record?
Presente.
Abigail Wilson for the people.
Abigail Wilson para el pueblo.
And sir, you are Josue Verdugo Perez.
Señores, Josué Verdugo Pérez.
Sir, you are Jose Verdugo Perez.
Usted Josué Verdugo Pérez.
Sí.
Yes.
All right. Thank you. This is the time set for a pretrial in the matter.
Este es el tiempo para una audiencia.
Ms. Wilson, how are we proceeding?
I guess, is Mr. Verdugo Perez intending on retaining counsel?
El señor Verdugo Pérez, ¿usted va a ocupar un abogado?
Sí, está bien.
Yes.
All right. And do you have the name of counsel?
¿Tiene el nombre de un abogado? ¿El abogado que lo va a representar?
No.
No.
How does he intend to retain counsel?
¿Cómo piensa obtener un abogado?
Pues no sé.
I don't know.
Has he made application to the public defender's office?
¿Ha hecho la aplicación a la oficina de defensores públicos? ¿Abogados?
No.
All right. So Mr. Raleigh or Mr. Lee, can you meet with Mr. Verdugo Perez in order to make financial application? And we'll have the translator placed in with you so that we can somehow have some communication.
Un abogado defensor ahorita va a ayudarle a hacer la aplicación para un abogado.
Está bien.
Mr. Raleigh, would that be you or Mr. Lee?
I don't know where Mr. Lee is.
I think he's in a breakout room with another translator.
Okay, I can do it.
All right, so let's do that. So can you communicate to Mr. Verdugo Perez that he's going to meet with a public defender in order to make financial application, and you're going to be along with them to help communicate any help support any communication.
Señor Pérez, vamos con el abogado defensor para hacer la aplicación.
Está bien.
All right, so let's go ahead and so tell Mr. Verdugo Perez I'm going to place him in room 2.
Sí, señor Pérez lo va a poner en un cuarto del número 2.
That would be post 1.
Video.
Is it 4? It'll be room 2. All right, and then you can go with Mr. Raleigh, and then I'll place you in the same room. All right, thank you. So once Mr. Raleigh and the interpreter, let's put him in room 2. (530). That's people of the state of Michigan versus Keith Flores. And I've signed an order of nollie pros dismissing the case without prejudice. Is that a fair statement, Ms. Wilson?
It is, Your Honor. Thank you.
All right, thank you. That's all for the record. In 24-02-530. Mr. Cochran, are you represented by counsel today? You'll have to unmute. There you
I
go.
have a public defender.
So we have you declining a public defender at arraignment. Have you made financial application since arraignment?
No, I guess I didn't know I was supposed to. I just got the paperwork on Friday in the mail for this meeting.
All right, let's see. I don't have you as counsel. We'll see what the public defender has. And then if you want to make reapplication, we can deal with that. But let me talk, let's see if the public defender has you. Your indication is that you thought the public defender was representing you today?
Yeah, they were at my last court appearance, so I had just assumed.
They're at arraignment. They're at everybody's arraignment, but that doesn't mean they're going to be at the first pretrial.
Okay. Well, I was also, Your Honor, informed that if I was to get my dogs registered, then it would be up for dismissal. However, Friday when I couldn't get off work until Friday. I went to go get them registered and the courthouse was closed.
Right. So did you want to talk to him or did we just want to reset it?
Let's just reset it.
Okay.
That would be awesome because
All
then
right.
I'd be able to register them.
Right, and then you'd have all the paperwork done. All
Yeah.
right. All right, so let's let me grab that file and we'll reset it.
Okay.
All right, Mr. Cochran, let's call your case. We have two files. We're on the record in 24026. I'm sorry, 2402964 and 2402965. That is People of the State of Michigan versus Charles Cochran. Will the parties please introduce themselves for the record? Ms. Wilson.
Abigail Wilson for the people.
And Mr. Cochran.
Charles Cochran.
All right, this is the time set for pretrial on both these matters. There's an indication that Mr. Cochran was represented at arraignment. We have that the public defender's office was not requested to be at the pretrial, but we've also, through some conversation, have realized that if we adjourn this might work itself out. Is that a fair statement, Mr. Cochran?
Yes, sir.
All right. Ms. Wilson, is that your understanding?
It is, Your Honor. Thank you.
All right, so let's adjourn this. And I'm going to adjourn this for compliance purposes. So Mr. Cochran has the opportunity to get some of the paperwork he needs. So we'll adjourn for compliance on both of these files. That is file 2402964 and adjourn for compliance on 2402965. And Mr. Cochran, you indicated you probably need 2 to 3 weeks.
I would say 2 weeks. I should have it.
All right.
My
So
next
two-
paycheck.
Probably closer to 30 days with all of the holidays coming up.
Oh, yeah, I didn't even think of that. Thank you.
So I've got it for December 9th.
Okay.
So December 9th at 9 o'clock.
Okay.
According to the computer and the court recorder, December 9th at 9 o'clock.
Okay.
All right, so Mr. Cochran, you can join us by Zoom on December 9th at 9 o'clock. You should make sure Ms. Wilson has any paperwork that you might need in order to comply with these measures. Ms. Wilson's with the prosecutor's office, but as long as you get that information to Ms. Wilson or have it and get it to Ms. Wilson, we will adjourn this to December 9th at 9 o'clock. All right, sir?
Yes, sir. Thank you very much.
And the notice for that, you'll get notice at that Berkeley Drive address. Is that still a good address for you?
Yes, sir.
You should be all set, Mr. Cochran. Thank you for your appearance today.
Thank you very much.
All right. So Mr. Gilchrist, have I sworn you in, Mr. Gilchrist? I forgot.
No, sir.
All right. Please state your first name and last name and spell them both for the record.
Troy, Troy, last name Gilchrist, Gilchrist.
I'm going to have you raise your right hand. Do you solemnly swear or affirm that you will truly, accurately, and impartially interpret now before the court and not divulge confidential communications? So help you God under the penalty of perjury.
Yes, I do.
All right. Thank you. All right. So Mr. Gilchrist, just let me know if I get going a little fast. All right. And I'll slow down for you.
I appreciate it.
All right. So we are on the record in 2403330. And that is People of the State of Michigan versus Ken Gwynn.
Yes.
All right. Will the parties please, so you can go ahead and, Mr. Gilchrist, you let me know. You can go ahead and interpret that.
Bây giờ thì ông bắt đầu nói chuyện về hồ sơ của anh Hiền. Mới hỏi là anh có phải là người tên là Nguyễn Hiền?
Will the parties please introduce themselves for the record, Mr. Shive?
Jacob Shive on behalf of the people, Your Honor.
Assistant Public Defender John Lee on behalf of Hiên Nguyen.
Ông công tố viên đại diện cho tiểu bang cũng như luật sư của anh cũng tự giới thiệu anh.
And sir, you are Hin Nguyen, is that correct?
Yes, sir.
All right, thank you. This is the time set for a pretrial in the matter.
Đây là phiên tòa sơ khởi mới bắt đầu đây.
Mr. Shive, how are we proceeding?
Requesting a final pretrial, Your Honor.
Bên công tố viên yêu cầu là có thêm một buổi nữa để chuẩn bị cho phiên tòa chính.
Yeah.
And is that a fair statement, Mr. Lee?
Yes, it is, Your Honor.
Luật sư của anh đồng ý.
All right, we'll set this for final pretrial.
Rồi, thẩm phán đồng ý có một phiên tòa sơ khởi cuối cùng.
On December 3rd.
Ngày 3 tháng 12.
At 8:30.
Lúc 8:30 sáng.
So we've set this for final pretrial on December 3rd at 8:30.
Rồi cuối cùng là có phiên tòa sơ khởi cuối cùng ngày 3 tháng 12 lúc 8:30 sáng.
And Mr. Nguyen, you've received notice from my court officer for that date in person.
Rồi quan chức của tòa án đã chính thức thông báo cho anh về buổi kế tiếp này.
So you have that for December 3rd at 8:30, sir?
Anh hiểu là ngày 3 tháng 12 lúc 8:30 phải không anh? Yes.
Okay. Anything else for the record? I'm gonna indicate that we will need a Spanish and we will need a Vietnamese.
For confirming from I believe the question from defendant, sir, is that's to be the same courtroom here?
Yes.
Yeah. And
same courtroom, live in the same courtroom.
Yeah. And cũng có
And
mặt
we will
tại
need a
đây luôn.
Vietnamese. Go ahead, sir.
I'm just confirming that they'll be here. Yeah, đúng là anh trai tại phòng ở đây là tòa án này anh.
And I'm indicating that we will need a Vietnamese interpreter for that final pretrial.
Sẽ có thông dịch viên cho anh ngày đó luôn.
Anything else for the record in 24-03330, Mr. Shine?
Nothing further, Your Honor.
Mr. Lee?
Nothing further, Your Honor.
All right.
Hai bên không có
Mr.
gì
Quinn,
nữa.
do you have any questions of me?
Anh có câu hỏi gì muốn đặt ra với thẩm phán không anh?
Dạ không.
No.
All right, we'll see you on December 3rd at 8:30. Thank you for your appearance today.
Ngày 3 tháng 12, 8:30 sáng gặp lại. Cảm ơn anh đã có mặt hôm nay.
And Mr. Gilchrist, thank you for your assistance today.
My pleasure. Thank you. Xin chào anh Hiền. I'll drop off now, sir.
All right. So you should be all set. And then did we want to go on Mr. Verdugo? Who's back?
Yeah, I know, we're still working through them.
You want to try Mr. Verdugo?
Yeah,
All right. That's Mr. Raleigh was meeting with.
he was meeting with them, yes.
All right, ma'am, you can come up here. All right, all right. So we're on the record in docket 24-03317. And that's people of the state of Michigan versus Josue Verdugo Perez. And Mr. Verdugo Perez, you can hear the translator, is that correct?
¿Puede escuchar el intérprete, señor Pérez?
Sí.
All right, all right. Mr. Raleigh, you had the opportunity to take an application from Mr. Verdugo Perez in a breakout room?
I'm sorry.
Señor abogado, ¿usted tuvo la oportunidad de tomar la aplicación con el señor Pérez?
Your Honor, I've determined that Mr. Verdugo Perez had applied 2 weeks ago and was denied due to income. I asked him if his income had changed. He said it has not. So I informed him that he will likely need to hire a private attorney. And he said he will have his family help him make those arrangements.
You can go ahead and,
El abogado le preguntó que si hace 2 semanas hizo la aplicación para un abogado, le dijo que sí, pero porque sus ingresos son altos, no va a poder recibir un abogado del juzgado y que va a tener que obtener un abogado y pagarle. Y le dijo que su familia le podría conseguir ese abogado.
Ms. Wilson, is Mr. Verdugo Perez, is he in on something else? Because there's a PR bond on this file.
¿Tiene alguna otra cargo aparte de esto? Porque hay una fianza que puede hacer.
On the jail website, I am seeing a hold, but I cannot tell what agency it's from.
All right, so there's a hold other than this file.
That's correct.
Está detenido aparte de este caso.
All right, so with that understanding, we'll set, I think it'd probably be a good idea to set for an additional pretrial.
That would be my agreement. Yeah.
Vamos a hacer la cita para hacer una audiencia adicional.
All right, so we'll adjourn this to set for an additional pretrial to give Mr. Verdugo Perez time to get to retain counsel.
Vamos a despedir la cita de hoy para otra cita para que usted tenga tiempo para conseguir un abogado.
Did you hear that, Mr. Verdugo Perez?
¿Sí lo escuchó, señor Pérez?
Sí.
Yes.
All right, and we'll adjourn this pretrial
Esta audiencia.
for,
December 9th.
yeah, for the pretrial, I think so.
December 9th at 9 a.m.
December 9th at what time?
9 a.m.
9 a.m.
El 9 de diciembre a las 9 de la mañana.
Está bien.
I've indicated that in this file, we do need a Spanish interpreter, and we set it for December 9th just to get that all started.
He indicado que van a necesitar un intérprete para el español y para esa fecha el 9 de diciembre.
Anything else for the record in 2403317, Ms. Wilson?
Not the people.
¿Algo más, señora Wilson? No, no recuerdo.
Mr. Raleigh?
No, Your Honor.
Yeah, and you're officially not on this case, so. All right, Mr. Verdugo Perez, we'll see you on December 9th at 9 o'clock.
Señor Verdugo Pérez, nos vemos el 9 de diciembre a las 9 de la mañana.
Está bien.
All right. Thank you for your assistance today, ma'am. We're all set on 2403317. So, Mr. Verdugo Perez, you can let him know that you're all done.
Okay.
I have. All right, so we're on the record in docket 2402851. That is people of the state of Michigan versus Chase Flores. Will the parties please introduce themselves for the record? Ms. Wilson.
Abigail Wilson for the people.
Mr. Raleigh.
And Jacob Rowley on behalf of Mr. Flores.
And sir, you are Chase Flory?
Yes, Your Honor.
All right, thank you. This is the time set for a final pretrial in the matter. Ms. Wilson, how are we proceeding?
Thank you, Your Honor. It's my understanding this will be a plea to the sole charge of the complaint, malicious destruction of property less than 200. There is an agreement to no further upfront jail, and there is also an agreement that the defendant will not seek YTA status. There is an outstanding issue of restitution that the people and the defense intend to resolve prior to sentencing.
All right. So there's a Killebrew of no upfront jail, and he will not be seeking 769.
YTA,
He will not seek YTA.
correct.
Right, Mr. Raleigh, I'll re-indicate that for the record. The defendant is, Mr. Flory is going to plead to count 1, which is the 93-day misdemeanor of MDOP of a building less than $200. There's a Killebrew agreement and no upfront jail. And the defendant will not be seeking YTA status. Is that correct?
Yes, Your Honor.
All right. May I inquire of your client of his misdemeanor advice of rights?
Yes, Your Honor.
All right. Mr. Chase, you understand that the ultimate penalty in this is 93 days and or $500. Do you understand that, sir?
Yes, Your Honor.
And you'd have the opportunity to withdraw your plea if I was not going to follow the Killebrew agreement between the 2 attorneys. Do you understand that?
Yes, Your Honor.
All right. I'm going to read you some rights you have in this matter. You have the rights that be tried by a jury to be presumed innocent until proven guilty. You have the prosecutor prove beyond a reasonable doubt that you are guilty. You have witnesses against you appear at trial to question any witnesses that are brought against you. You are represented today by attorney Mr. Raleigh. What's his first name?
Jacob.
Jacob. I don't know why I'm drawing a blank on that today. You're represented today by Jacob Raleigh, and he would be present to cross-examine any witnesses or contest any charges brought against you by the people of the state of Michigan. You have the right to have the court ordering witnesses appear in your defense, remain silent during the trial, not to have that silence used against you, and to testify at trial if you choose to testify. If your plea is accepted, you'll give up the claim the plea was a result of anything was the result of any promises other than what's been stated on the record, or threats that it was not your choice to plead guilty. You'll also be giving up the right to appeal anything from a trial, since you won't be having a trial. You'll be pleading to the 93-day misdemeanor instead. Is it your wish today to plead to the MDOP less than $200 93-day misdemeanor?
Yes.
Okay. I'm going to have you raise your right hand. Do you solemnly swear or affirm, tell the truth, the whole truth, and nothing but the truth under penalty of perjury?
Yes, Your Honor.
Okay, I'm going to bring your attention back to September 20th of 2024 at the offense location of 1229 North Capitol. Were you present on September 20th, 2024 at 1229 North Capitol?
Yes, Your Honor.
And at that time, was there a building there?
Yes, Your Honor.
And did you purposely, willfully, and maliciously cause damage to that building located at 1229 North Capitol?
Yes, Your Honor.
And you're not disputing that it was less than $200, the amount of damage? And that was not done by accident. Is that correct, sir? All right. Anything for the record concerning the factual basis, Ms. Wilson?
Not for the people.
Mr. Raleigh.
No, Your Honor.
I find the factual basis to be knowing, voluntarily, and accurately made. We will refer to probation so go to probation, Mr. Flory, on the 5th floor, and they're going to do a report for me, and we'll see what options are available. Since my understanding is our restitution that's got to be determined, and that'll be part of the sentencing also. So refer to probation, and we'll set for sentencing on
January 21st at 9:30.
January-
1:30.
January 21st at 1:30. Is that right?
1:30.
All right. So, Mr. Flory, we've set sentencing for January 21st at 1:30. Go down and meet with probation on the 5th floor. They'll either see you today or set up an appointment. All right, sir?
All right, sir.
Anything else for the record in 2402851, Ms. Wilson?
Not for the people.
Mr. Raleigh,
No, Your Honor.
you should be all set. Thank you for your appearance today.
Thank you, Your Honor.
Yes. Oh, hi.
Who's next? Mr. Raleigh, Ms. Wilson, Mr. Shive,
I think we're ready on Coleman.
Coleman. Teresa Coleman. All right, Ms. Coleman, we'll call your case. So we're on the record in docket 24-02951. That's people of the state of Michigan versus Teresa Coleman. Will the parties please introduce themselves for the record? Mr. Shive.
Jacob Shive on behalf of the people, Your Honor.
And Mr. Raleigh.
Jacob Raleigh on behalf of Ms. Coleman.
And ma'am, you are Teresa Coleman, is that correct?
Yes, sir.
And you can hear me all right, Ms. Coleman?
Yes, sir.
All right, thank you. This is the time set for a final pretrial in the matter. Mr. Shive, how are we proceeding?
Your Honor, the people don't have the necessary victim compliance to continue forward. We're expecting a motion from the defense.
All right.
Defense with motion to dismiss.
And the victim was subpoenaed for today, but has not been in compliant or has not been on board with the case?
That is correct, Your Honor.
All right.
All of the above.
All right, so I will grant the motion to dismiss without prejudice at the response of defense counsel, motion defense counsel. And we're working on the Nolly process as we speak. I can hear it.
I can grab.
All right. You grant, I'll sign that, and that'll be the Nolly. All right. Thank you, Mr. Raleigh. So I'm in possession of the order of acquittal or Nolly pros on 24-02951. I'm going to sign at the request of the motion made by defense counsel. This means, Ms. Coleman, that this is dismissed without prejudice, which means the people could reissue if they choose to, but realistically, for our purposes today, the case is dismissed. All right, ma'am?
Okay, could I get any type of notice there for my job?
Yeah, you'll get, are you still on that Melrose address play, in that Melrose address in
Yes.
Chicago?
Yes, sir.
Where you'll get an order sent to you, and then you can use that for your employment.
Thank you.
Okay. Anything else for the record in docket 24-02951? Mr. Shive.
Nothing further, Your Honor.
Mr. Raleigh.
No, Your Honor.
All right, ma'am, you should be all set. Thank you for your appearance today.
Thank you. Bye-bye.
Bye-bye. All right, so we're on the record in docket 23-01949. That is people of the state of Michigan versus Tyranda Hoskins Sherrill. Will the parties please introduce themselves for the record? Mr. Shive.
Jacob Shive on behalf of the people, Your Honor.
Mr. Lee.
Assistant Public Defender John Lee on behalf of Tyranda Hoskins Sherrill.
And ma'am, you are Tyranda Hoskins Sherrill, is that correct? All right, thank you. This is the time set for a final pretrial today. Mr. Shive, how are we proceeding?
Your Honor, we have not been able to reach out to the victim. They're not compliant. They have been subpoenaed. So we're expecting a motion from the defense.
Mr. Lee.
Your Honor, we would make a motion to dismiss.
All right, we will print out the motion to dismiss for the complaining victim's failure to appear people are unable to proceed without the complaining victim who's been subpoenaed. Thank you. I'm in possession of a dismissal without prejudice on 23-01949. So this case will be dismissed without prejudice, which means Ms. Hoskins-Sherrill, the people could reissue if they choose to, but for our purposes today, the case is dismissed. All right, ma'am? All right, ma'am. Anything else for the record in 23-01949, Mr. Scheid?
Nothing further, Your Honor.
Mr. Lee?
Nothing further, Your Honor.
All right, Ms. Hoskins-Sherrill, you're all set. Thank you for your appearance today. And
Reyes Hernandez.
please. Do we have an interpreter on that one?
We're gonna need one, Your Honor.
We're gonna need one. Yeah. I have one. I have a stamped interpreter. Then it was adjourned for discovery issues. Did we have an interpreter last time, Mr. Lee?
No.
No. I think we're gonna need an interpreter.
Yeah, in regard to the discovery issues, one of the issues that we ran into is the people we're trying to interview only speak Spanish. So now I have to organize
Right.
a meeting with Detective Taylor and so forth. So
Is that?
I'm looking, I'm trying to figure out.
Who can interpret today or,
I'd like Carlos is here.
so let's get Carlos in here.
But Your Honor, we don't have any witnesses here today.
Right. So, but does he need to know that why we're adjourning it or does he understand?
I've already
Okay,
spoke with him
all
this
right.
morning.
All right. Let's make sure we have an interpreter next time.
Yes, sir.
All right. All right, so we're on the record in docket 24-02494. That is people of the state of Michigan versus Reyes Hernandez. Will the parties please introduce themselves for the record? Mr. Scheid.
Jacob Shive on behalf of the people, Your Honor.
Mr. Lee.
Assistant Public Defender John Lee on behalf of Reyes Hernandez.
And is Mr. Hernandez here today or is his appearance being waived?
He was here earlier, Your Honor, however, the appearance was waived.
All right, is that a fair statement, Mr. Scheid?
Yes, Your Honor.
All right. All right. So it's the court's understanding that Mr. Reyes Hernandez was here. There is an outstanding discovery issue, and because there's a language problem, we're going to adjourn this for a second. We'll adjourn this once again for final pretrial. Is that a fair statement, Mr. Scheid?
Yes, Your Honor.
Or Mr. Lee, I've got this set for second pretrial. We will adjourn it for like a month out. Is that a fair?
I think that if we can get back in anytime after the holidays.
Okay. So we'll adjourn for discovery. We will need a translator, Spanish translator at the next hearing. Let's set it in January, just to make sure we have enough time. And you were able to convey that to Mr. Reyes Hernandez, is that correct?
Yes, I was able to convey to him the logistical issues that we're facing and ask him for his help in helping us get these meetings set up.
All right, so we'll adjourn to let's set it as a final, but an additional final pretrial. Do you want to set, because It's up to you because you have to subpoena the witnesses and I don't, you want to just set it for pretrial or final pretrial?
Let's do a final.
Okay, so adjourn to January
7 to 8:30.
7th at 8:30 for final pretrial. And we will have it, we should have an interpreter here at that time. Anything else for the record in 2402-494, Mr. Shot?
Nothing further, Your Honor.
Mr. Lee?
Nothing further, Your Honor.
All right, we've set for January 7th at 8:30. Thank you, everybody, for your appearance.
Soto?
We're gonna go on Soto.
Yes. Soto. No. Just to cover your bases, do this one, yeah.
I was gonna do it the next one.
No, I it totally escaped my mind.
All right, so we're on the record in docket 22-00036. That is people of the state of Michigan versus Jaime Jesus Soto. Will the parties please introduce themselves for the record? Mr. Shive.
Jacob Shive on behalf of the people, Your Honor, and requesting permission to practice under the court rule 8.120.
That's granted, thank you. If it wasn't previously granted, it should have been. Mr. Lee, your appearance for the record.
Thank you, Your Honor. Assistant Public Defender John Lee on behalf of Jamie Soto.
And sir, you are Jamie Jesus Soto, is that correct?
Sure.
All right, thank you. This is the time set for final pretrial in the matter. Mr. Shive, how we proceed?
Your Honor, the people don't have the necessary victims who has been subpoenaed to continue further. We're expecting a motion from the defense.
And is that a fair statement, Mr. Lee?
That is a fair statement, Your Honor. Given that the prosecution is unable to proceed, we would make a motion for dismissal.
All right. So I will grant the motion to dismiss without prejudice based on the people's inability to proceed as a complaining victim has failed to appear, although they were subpoenaed. And I'll wait. That's coming because I can hear it. Thank you, Megan. And so I'm in possession of order of acquittal or dismissal or nollie pros on docket 22-00036 based on counsel's representation and the motion made by defense counsel. I'm granting the motion without prejudice, which means Mr. Soto, the people could reissue if they choose to, but for our purposes today, the case is dismissed. All right, sir? Anything else for the record in docket 22-00036, Mr. Shive?
Nothing further, Your Honor.
Mr. Lee?
Nothing further, Your Honor.
All right, Mr. Soto, you're all set. Thank you for your appearance.
All right, I've got my victims.
Yeah.
I'm good.
Does either count, do you need to meet with Mr. Labrie or Mr. Dodd Brown?
I need to meet with Mr. Labrie, Your Honor.
All right. That is. All right, so let's go ahead. Is that jail
Maybe I
post?
don't.
Maybe not?
I may have already met.
All right.
I take that back.
Mr. Lee or Mr. Shive, what did you want to call next?
You can get to
All right, Your Honor, let's do Marquise Braggs.
Marquise Braggs. All right, so we're on the record in docket 24-03071. That is people of the state of Michigan versus Marquise Bragg. Will the parties please introduce themselves for the record? Is that Ms. Wilson?
It is, Your Honor. Thank you. Abigail Wilson for the people.
Mr. Lee.
Assistant Public Defender John Lee appearing on behalf of Marquise Bragg.
And sir, you are Marquise Bragg, is that correct?
Sir.
All right, thank you. This is the time set for pretrial in the matter. Ms. Wilson, how are we proceeding?
Thank you, Your Honor. Reviewing the evidence that we have and in consultation with some of the other attorneys in our office, it's the people's position that we cannot sustain our burden at this time. We're requesting a dismissal without prejudice.
And is that a fair statement, Mr. Lee?
Your Honor.
All right. So we will provide the nollie pros for Ms. Wilson to sign. One of the. All right, so I am in possession of a motion of nollie pros by the people on 24-03071. The people will dismiss without prejudice. That means the people could reissue if they choose to, but realistically, the case is dismissed today. All right, sir?
All right.
All right. I will sign the nollie pros accordingly. Anything else for the record in 24-03071? Ms. Wilson.
Not for the people.
Mr. Lee.
Nothing further, Your Honor.
All right, you're all set. Mr. Bragg, thank you for your appearance.
Here you go.
Ms. Wilson, how we we have
It said if you are here, press 5.
Is that a place for mental health?
All right, he was.
in post 2. What's your name, sir? In
Rodney.
Ingham County. Yeah, what's your name?
Rodney.
You're gonna have to move closer to the mic. I can't hear you.
Rodney Terry.
All right, stand by, Mr. Terry. We're gonna call your case after we have a few. Mr. Terry, you need to stop talking because you're coming through the courtroom.
I can press the 8. See the judge, yo.
Mr. Terry, you need to stop talking or because you're coming through the courtroom. All right, so we're on the record in docket 24-01056. That's people of the state of Michigan versus Maxwell Carr. Will the parties please introduce themselves for the record? Ms. Wilson.
Abigail Wilson for the people.
Mr. Raleigh.
Jacob Raleigh on behalf of Mr. Carr.
Right, this is the time set for a competency review. And Mr. Carr, I believe Mr. Carr is at a facility. Is that correct?
The last we knew, he was in an inpatient facility.
Is that a fair statement, Mr. Raleigh?
Yes, Your Honor.
So are we waiving his appearance today?
We are, Your Honor.
All right.
Yes.
I have from the Center of Forensic Society from November 4th, 2024, a report. Have you had the opportunity to see or read that report, Ms. Wilson?
Yes, Your Honor, I just did.
Mr. Raleigh.
Yes, Your Honor.
All right. It's my understanding that it is the opinion of the report that are you stipulating to the report and the opinion of the report, Ms. Wilson?
Thank you, Your Honor. Yes, the people stipulate to the findings of the report. If my recollection serves correctly, Mr. Carr has a history of being incompetent and unable to be restored, so this doesn't really come as a surprise. I believe he's currently already under a mental health petition as well.
And is that a fair statement, Mr. Raleigh?
Yes, Your Honor. The defense would stipulate to the findings of the report as well.
So stipulate to the report. The report finds that at this time, that Maxwell Carr is incompetent to stand trial and not likely to attain competence.
It's church. It's lunchtime, bro. Come on, listen.
Mr. Dodd Brown, you'll have to be quiet because we can hear anything you're saying. Ms. Wilson, how would you like to proceed?
Thank you, Your Honor. At this time, given the findings of the Forensic Center and the history that the people are aware of with Mr. Carr, we'd be requesting a dismissal without prejudice, as it doesn't seem Mr. Carr would be able to be restored in the statutorily allotted time. The people may seek further mental health availability through the probate court, should that be appropriate.
Mr. Raleigh, anything in regards to the dismissal without prejudice? I'm signing the order indicating the defendant is incompetent to stand trial, not restorable. People have moved for a dismissal without prejudice in this matter. Any comment?
There's no objection from our.
Thank you, Megan. All right, I am in possession of a nollie pros in regards to 24-01-056. The defendant was deemed incompetent. I've signed that order, and the nollie pros is based on that competence, the incompetence of the report or the finding of incompetence. So I will sign the order to that effect. Anything else for the record in 24-01-056, Ms. Wilson?
Not for the people.
Mr. Raleigh.
No, Your Honor.
All right. That's all for the record on that file. Thank you, everybody, for your appearance today.
Hello? Hello?
Devron Anderson, you are in the right place. You should stand by until we call your case, all right?
Okay, yes, sir.
All right, thank you. All right, so we're on the record in docket 24-02799. That is People of the State of Michigan versus Nicole Ruiz. Will the parties please indicate their presence for the record? Mr. Shive.
Jacob Shive on behalf of the people, Your Honor.
Mr. Raleigh.
Jacob Raleigh on behalf of Ms. Reese.
And ma'am, you are Nicole Reese or Ruiz? Reese? All right, thank you. This is the time set for a final pretrial in the matter. Mr. Shive, how are we proceeding?
Your Honor, the people don't have the necessary victim to move forward. They have been subpoenaed, so at this time, we're expecting a motion from the defense.
Defensive motion for dismissal.
All right. All right, I will wait the printing of the dismissal without prejudice based on counsel's motion. Thank you, Megan. I'm in possession of the order of acquittal or nollie-pros on docket 24-02799, that this case is dismissed without prejudice. Ms. Reese, that means that the people could reissue if they choose to, but realistically, for our purposes today, the case is dismissed. I will sign the order of acquittal accordingly. Anything else for the record in 24-02799, Mr. Shah?
Nothing further, Your Honor.
Mr. Raleigh.
No, Your Honor.
All right, Ms. Reese, you're all set. Thank you for your appearance today.
I don't need paper. Thank you.
Are we ready on Richard?
Yes, Your Honor.
Okay.
Right, so we're on the record in docket 24-00967. That is people of the state of Michigan versus Akeem Richard. Will the parties please introduce themselves to the record? Mr. Shive.
Jacob Shive on behalf of the people, Your Honor.
Mr. Raleigh.
Jacob Raleigh on behalf of Mr. Richard.
And sir, you are Akeem Richard, is that correct?
Yes, Your Honor.
Thank you. This is the time set for a final pretrial in the matter. Mr. Shive, how are we proceeding?
Your Honor, the people don't have the necessary victim to move forward. They have been subpoenaed, so at this time, we're expecting a motion from the defense.
Mr. Raleigh.
Defensive motion to dismiss.
Right, I'm in possession of the nollie-pros. Thank you, Megan. On behalf of, based on the motion to dismiss made by counsel for 24-00967. Mr. Richard, this means the case is dismissed without prejudice, which means that people could reissue if they choose to, but for our purposes today, the case is dismissed. All right, sir? I will sign. Anything else for the record in 24-00967, Mr. Shive?
Nothing further, Your Honor.
Mr. Raleigh?
No, Your Honor.
All right, Mr. Richard, you should be all set. Thank you for your appearance today.
Thank you.
You can get a copy if you want, but you don't need it. You want one?
Antonio Winston?
Yeah.
All right, so we're on the record in docket 24-02249. That is people of the state of Michigan versus Antonio Winston. Will the parties please introduce themselves for the record? Mr. Shive.
Jacob Shive on behalf of the people, Your Honor.
Mr. Raleigh.
And Jacob Raleigh on behalf of Mr. Winston.
And sir, you are Antonio Winston, is that correct? Yes, sir. All right, thank you. Just the time set for a final pretrial in the matter. Mr. Shive, how are we proceeding?
Your Honor, the people don't have the necessary victim to move forward. They have been subpoenaed, expecting a motion from the defense.
All right, Mr. Raleigh.
Defense motion to dismiss.
All right, so I am in possession of the order of acquittal or nollie-pros on docket 24-02249 based on defense counsel motion to dismiss. I will sign the motion to dismiss without prejudice. Mr. Winston, this means that this case is dismissed without prejudice. The people could reissue if they choose to, but for our purposes today, the case is dismissed. All right, sir? Anything else for the record in 24-02249, Mr. Shine?
Nothing further, Your Honor.
Mr. Rowland?
Your Honor, Mr. Winston has a tether. Just wanna make sure that they able to get that removed.
All right, so what we'll do is we'll email the GPS tether company so that they'll be expecting you to come in, so they'll remove it, all right? And that's removed at the private entity, right?
Thanks, JGS, which is off the Cedar Street.
Okay, so that's removed off of Cedar Street on JGS. They'll remove it. And you may want a copy of your order for that this is an order of dismissal, but we'll email them so they have it, so they know you're coming, all right? Anything else, Mr. Raleigh?
Oh, Your Honor.
All right, Mr. Winston, you should be all set. Thank you for your appearance today. All right, Mr. Labrie, we'll call your case. We're on the record in docket 24-02350. That is People of the State of Michigan versus Brandon Labrie. Will the parties please introduce themselves for the record? Ms. Wilson.
Abigail Wilson for the people.
Mr. Lee.
Assistant Public Defender John Lee on behalf of Brandon Labrie.
And sir, you are Brandon Labrie, is that correct?
Yes, I'm Brandon.
And you can hear me all right, Mr. Labrie?
Yeah.
All right, thank you. This is the time set for pretrial in the matter. Ms. Wilson, how are we proceeding?
Thank you, Your Honor. Mr. Labrie is currently awaiting trial in the 30th Circuit on an open murder complaint. It's my understanding that Mr. Cornish, who represents him on that file, may have filed an insanity defense on that file. For those reasons, I would suggest maybe another pretrial so that Mr. Lee and I can confer with the attorneys on the felony file and figure out how we're going to proceed here.
All right. Is that a fair statement, Mr. Lee?
Yes, it is, Your Honor.
All right. So we will adjourn for second pretrial. He has felony file in circuit court. And you're looking some time out then for like,
I believe so.
30 days?
30 days, yeah.
All right. We can probably go into January.
Yeah.
January 7th. At 9.
January 7th at 9 o'clock. All right, we'll set the second pretrial for January 7th at 9 o'clock for global resolution and to look at what's happening in the circuit court file on the felony file that is in existence and ongoing at this time. Anything else for the record in 24-02350, Ms. Wilson?
Not for the people.
Mr. Lee?
Nothing further, Your Honor.
All right, Mr. Labrie, this file has been set for January 7th at 9 o'clock. Thank you for your appearance today.
Thank you. That boy acting That's funny. Eating actor.
All right, Mr. Terry, we can call your case. We're on the record in docket 24. You have two cases, 24-02745 and 24-03265. Did you want these called separately, or should we put them together?
Just a second.
All right, all right.
Here's 9 o'clock.
All right, so we're back on the record in docket 24-02745 and 24-03265. Ms. Wilson, did you want me to call these cases together, or did you want them separated?
Together, I think is fine,
All
Your
right.
Honor. Thank you.
That is People of the State of Michigan versus Rodney Terry. Will the parties please introduce themselves for the record? Ms. Wilson.
Abigail Wilson for the people.
Mr. Lee.
Assistant Public Defender John Lee on behalf of Rodney Lee Terry.
And sir, you are Rodney Terry, is that correct?
Yes, Your Honor.
And you can hear me all right, Mr. Terry?
I can, Your Honor. I was about to
All right.
ask you what was going on with the TV.
All right, thank you. This is the time set for a pretrial on two matters. Both these files, 24-02745 and 24-03265. Ms. Wilson, how are we proceeding?
Thank you, Your Honor. I believe this is going to be a request for a final pretrial. Mr. Terry does have, I believe, a couple of other files that have either been charged or are awaiting charging. I think a global in this matter would probably be appropriate, but I need some time to look over the files that are open and pending charging in order to get that over to Mr. Lee.
Is that a fair statement, Mr. Lee? We're going to adjourn for a discussion on global resolution.
Yes, Your Honor.
Yeah, and they're in terms of the global resolution, it may just not be 54A. There might be on 54B or 55th.
I think there's a couple in other
right.
courts as well.
All right. So we'll adjourn this pretrial. What's the time frame?
At least 2 weeks.
All right. So we'll adjourn for. Yeah, go for 2 weeks now, and then we can regroup.
She said a final pretrial.
Just a regular, it's just a regular pretrial, or you don't want any witnesses, or?
No, pretrial's fine, yeah.
Okay.
December 2nd at 9:30.
December 2nd at 9:30. All right, we've adjourned 24-02745 and adjourned 24-03265 in order to consider other files that may be part of the global resolution, and we'll be back here on December 2nd at 9:30. Anything else for the record in either one of these files, Ms. Wilson?
Not for the people.
Mr. Lee?
Nothing further, Your Honor.
All right, Mr. Rodney, you'll be back here on December 2nd at 9:30. They're trying to wrap this up with some other files you have.
Your Honor, can I have a question with you, Your Honor?
You should probably address your lawyer with any questions you might have.
No, it's about my I got a bond set for Thursday. Is it still okay if my bond was stood?
You have a PR bond on one of these files, and you have a 10%, $100 10% on the other one. So yeah, I don't know what your bond is set for your Thursday file.
I got a PR bond dated when I first got in the jail 2 weeks ago.
All right, you've got a few files out there, so we'll consider where you are, but you are PR'd on one. That's not what's keeping you. And you're 10%, $100 on the other one. So I don't know if that's keeping you or not, but that you might be being kept on another file. All right, so that's all for the record in those files, Mr. Rodney. Mr. Terry, thank you for your appearance today. You're all set.
Trying to run game, man. Yeah.
I was here for 2 weeks and I got a PR. Speaking of the TV, of course. Need some help, can somebody?
Bro, you think about it? Why you walking away? Look, bro. Let's go back to the room.
Gotta be ignorant if you want to die in jail or something. All these blood clots, I gotta get right my. I think it's funny. It ain't funny. We needed help, you know that. That man really needed help. It ain't new, that's why it's 50,000 people ahead of me when I got on disability through the DARE program. And the police should give us DARE stickers, you know that. That man really needed help, and they do. You're right.
It thinks this shit. Here's bro. Yo. There.
So, Mr. Lee, you were gonna see Mr. Dodd Brown, but they took him from the room.
Oh, okay.
Yeah, so I don't see him in the room anymore. They took him from the room, so I don't know what to tell you.
I appreciate it, Your Honor. Thank you so much. I will
All right.
return to the courtroom.
All right.
Right, no.
All right, Miss Pierce, I'll call your cases. All right, ma'am.
Okay.
So we're on the record in docket 24-02565, 24-02566, 24-02568, and 24-02569. That is people of the state of Michigan versus Brittany Pierce. Will the parties please introduce themselves for the record? Mr. Scheib.
Jacob Scheib on behalf of the people, Your Honor.
Mr. Raleigh.
Jacob Raleigh on behalf of Ms. Pierce.
And ma'am, you are Brittany Pierce, is that correct?
Yes, sir.
All right, thank you. This is the time set for a pretrial on these 4 of these files. Mr. Shive, how are we proceeding?
Your Honor, in files ending in 6-5 all the way through 6-9, we're requesting a final pretrial.
So it'll be 6. So the final pretrial will be set on 2402-565. Final pretrial on 2402-566. Final pretrial set on 2402-568. And final pretrial is set on 2402-569. And the date of that final pretrial?
December 2nd.
So it'll be set for December 2nd at 8:30. Is that a fair statement? I should ask, is that a fair statement, Mr. Raleigh?
Yes, Your Honor.
All right. So we've set 2402-565 for December 2nd at 8:30, 2402-566 for December 2nd at 8:30, 2402-568 for December 2nd at 8:30, and 2402-569 for December 2nd at 8:30. Anything else for the record on any one of those 4 files, Mr. Shive?
Nothing further, Your Honor.
Mr. Raleigh?
No, Your Honor.
All right, Ms. Pierce, we've set that for final pretrial on December 2nd at 8:30. All right, ma'am?
All right, thank you.
All right, anything else for the record on any of those files, Mr. Shive?
Nothing further, Your Honor.
Mr. Raleigh?
No, Your Honor.
Okay, we should be all set. Thank you for your appearance today.
Thank you. Bye.
All right, Mr. Anderson, we'll call your case.
How you doing?
I'm all right, sir. So we're on the record in docket 2403-274. This is set for pretrial and PA 53 today. Will the parties please introduce themselves for the record? Mr. Shive.
Jacob Shive on behalf of the people, Your Honor.
Mr. Raleigh.
Jacob Riley on behalf of Mr. Anderson.
And sir, you are Deveron Anderson, is that correct?
Yes, sir. The Baron Anderson?
All right. And you can hear me all right, Mr. Anderson?
Yes, sir.
All right, thank you. This is the time set for a pretrial in the matter, NAPA 53 contempt violation. Mr. Shive, how are we proceeding?
Requesting a final pretrial, Your Honor.
So on the pretrial request, a final pretrial, is that a fair statement, Mr. Shive? I mean, Mr. Raleigh.
Yes, yes, Your Honor.
All right. And then are we also continuing the PA 53 to that same final pretrial date?
I would ask that it does, yes.
All right. So we'll set for adjourned and set for final pretrial for both matters. On
December 2nd.
December 2nd at 8:30. All right, this has been set for final pretrial and the PA 53 has been set for final pretrial on December 2nd at 8:30. Anything else for the record in 2403-274, Mr. Shive?
Nothing further, Your Honor.
Mr. Raleigh?
No, Your Honor.
All right, Mr. Anderson, you've been set. That'll be live in person. Zoom is inappropriate for that final pretrial set on December 2nd at 8:30. All right, sir?
December 2nd, 8:30?
Yeah, December 2nd at 8:30. You should get notice sent to your last known address with the court. And that would be, I want to make sure we have the correct address. That would be the Hamilton address, Mr. Anderson. Is that a good address for you?
No, no, it's not.
Do you want to update that with a new address then?
Yes,
What's the new address?
3321 Radford Drive,
3321 and then spell that out.
RADFORD.
RAD. So is that Radcliffe?
No, RADFORD.
Oh, Radford.
Yep. Drive.
Radford Drive.
That's
And that's in
Lansing,
Lansing?
Michigan. Yep.
All right. And what's the zip code there?
48911.
All right, we have that updated address on the Radford Drive address, and you'll receive notification at that address.
Okay.
Okay, you should be all set. Thank you for your parents today.
All right, thank you.
Mr. Todd Brown is back. All right, Mr. Dodd Brown, I'm going to place you in a breakout room. You'll go to room 1, and then when your public defender joins us, he'll also be placed in room 1. That's post 1, visit 3. 2305. Okay.
Yeah. Yeah, and. I mean,
So when Mr. Lee joins us, we'll put him in that.
I'm on the fence, so.
All right, so we're on the record in docket 24-03282 and 24 and the same. That's set for pretrial and PA 53 contempt violation. Will the parties please introduce themselves for the record? Ms. Wilson.
Abigail Wilson, for the people.
And ma'am, you are Candace Swain, is that correct? All right, thank you. This is the time set for a pretrial in the matter and a PA 53 violation. Ms. Wilson and Ms. Swain, you are not represented by counsel today, is that correct?
Correct.
All right. And do you plan on seeking any representation on this matter?
Yes,
Okay, so you're retaining your own counsel, or are you going to?
I still need to get one.
Okay, so you were denied by the public defender?
Yes, correct.
And you're going to retain your own counsel?
Yes, sir.
All right. Ms. Wilson, how are we proceeding today?
I think another pretrial would be appropriate.
All right. And so do you have any names of an attorney that you're seeking to retain?
Not yet.
I'm going to adjourn this for further pretrial so that you'll have the time to get an attorney. I'll also adjourn the contempt violation, the PA 53. And I would say at least out a little more than 2 weeks. Yeah.
I would say so.
Yeah. So more than 2 weeks. 3 or longer. 3.
December 9th at 9.
December 9th at 9. So we've adjourned to December 9th at 9 a.m. And you'll get notice from my court officer for that December 9th date. Make sure whoever you retain has that date, all right? Because that'll be the date, and you should give that priority at this point, all right?
Absolutely.
All right. All right, anything else for the record on docket 24-03282, Ms. Wilson?
Not for the people.
Ms. Swain?
No.
All right, we'll see on December 9th at 9 a.m. That will be live in person unless I hear differently from you or your counsel, all right?
Yes, sir.
All right, thank you.
Thank you.
We gotta call Candace Swain's case and play case.
Yeah, Candace Swain.
Yes. Yeah, I had to go down. He said he didn't see me.
Somebody just came and said they were Candace Swain.
Yeah,
that's
that was.
Are you the victims over
Yes.
there?
Oh.
Gotcha. Okay.
Yes.
So talk to that woman.
Okay, thank you.
My name's Abby.
Nice to meet you,
Nice to meet you.
Gina.
So she's looking to, get so is that everything? Okay, so should I try to do this? No. That's up to you.
I don't know how this goes.
So if you are concerned about your criminal liability.
Oh, she was.
Okay, then you're good.
Okay.
Yep, so what we'll do is it's set up for December 9th at this point.
Okay.
And we'll be in touch with you
Okay.
about what that's gonna look like and how to proceed from there, okay? So you guys are good to go.
Is there still no contact?
Yes.
That's what I was concerned
Yes,
about.
yes,
Okay,
there's still
so
no contact, so if you have any issues, call police.
even with your level sweater, she said her like it's in my yard. I talked to police about that. so-
Okay, gotcha,
And she lives right across the street.
gotcha. Mhm.
Okay.
Okay, yeah, so, yeah, so just, if there's another violation, call police and. So for now, it's December 9th, all right? Thank you so much.
You take
for coming.
care.
Did we get a time for the Swain? Was
They'll
it
be
9?
sending something.
Is it a final or a regular?
It was a regular.
Was it?
9. 9.
So you guys will be sending me.
Yeah, we'll send you another one.
Okay, thank you.
Thank you.
And then I don't know who's on Miss Jerome. She's in back. Is that yourself or Mr. Lee?
It's, me.
Okay, so that's Mr. Lee.
Just give them some time. Yep, that works.
All right, so who's that on? Phillips?
Just like- Yeah, Christopher Phillips, okay.
They can come up. Christopher.
All right, so we're on the record in docket 24-00481. That is people of the state of Michigan versus Christopher Phillips. Will the parties please introduce themselves for the record? Mr. Scheid.
Jacob Scheib on behalf of the people, Your Honor.
Mr. Rowley.
Jacob Rowley on behalf of Mr. Phillips.
And sir, you are Christopher Phillips, is that correct?
I am.
All right, thank you. This is the time set for a pretrial in the matter. Mr. Scheib, how are we proceeding?
Requesting a final pretrial, Your Honor.
And is that a fair statement, Mr. Rowley?
Yes, Your Honor. Yes.
So we'll set it for final pretrial for
December 2nd.
December 2nd at 8:30. So that'll be live in person on the 6th floor, just like today. We've set it for December 2nd at 8:30. Anything else for the record in 24-00481, Mr. Scheid?
Nothing further, Your Honor.
Mr. Rowley. All right, we'll see you on that December 2nd date, Mr. Phillips.
Yeah. Yeah, I think so. Yeah, something.
So he's concerned about.
We don't have a disturbing case under the state. Yeah, I'm not really inclined to do anything else. Considering I'm probably being temporary now and. Okay. Give me time.
Yeah,
Yep.
and let's talk about it. So, okay, that's your understanding. What your original was on this file.
Right.
That's what the case would be correct.
What's his name? Oh, Doc Brown. We just- Well, it looks like they do have a free trial on some of his felony files, whether or not he's getting a PR one. That's how I do not know. It's up to the
That's
judge.
what his attorney told me. So, so-
Okay,
so
all right.
Today. we can get a 1 week attorney.
Yeah, that's fine. Yep.
All right. So we're ready on Dodd Brown and Miss Jerome's also in back.
Actually, I'm on that one. Your Honor.
All right. All right, so we're on the record in docket 24-03027. That's people of the state of Michigan versus Tracorius Dodd Brown. Will the parties please introduce themselves for the record? Mr. Scheid.
Jacob Scheib on behalf of the people, Your Honor.
Mr. Lee.
Assistant Public Defender John Lee on behalf of Tracorius Dodd Brown.
And sir, you are Tracorius Dodd Brown, is that correct?
Yeah.
And you can hear me all right, Mr. Dodd Brown?
Yes.
All right, this is the time set for a pretrial in the matter. Mr. Shive, how are we proceeding?
Requesting a final pretrial, Your Honor.
So final pretrial is set.
Your Honor,
Mr. Lee.
with the caveat that we'd like to do it something like within 1 week if possible.
We'll do it as soon as possible, but I don't know what our schedule
It
is.
has to be a final pretrial.
Okay.
It can be a regular.
Just next week's Thanksgiving, so
Oh, that's
gonna be,
So it's a moot point.
yeah, I mean,
Okay.
yeah. So,
Week after.
so, yeah, see, I think can we set it for the 3rd? Or it'd be set for the 2nd?
Third's Tuesday.
Tuesday?
Yeah.
All right, so we'll set for final pretrial on December 2nd at 8:30. So it's set for final pretrial on December 2nd at 8:30. Anything else for the record in 24-03027, Mr. Shai?
Nothing further, Your Honor.
Mr. Lee?
Just one other matter, Your Honor. Last time we were here, we changed Mr. Dodd Brown's bond from a personal recognizance bond to a 10% bond so that he could get credit for the time that he's spending inside. It is my understanding that Mr. Dodd Brown has a hearing with Judge Dragonchuck on Wednesday, in which he's hoping to get his felony files changed to a PR bond. In anticipation of that, Your Honor, we would ask if he could have his bond changed back to the original $1,500 PR bond.
Mr. Shai? I think that was the request. The request was made to change it from PR to the 10% bond so that he would start collecting. It was initially a PR bond. Now he believes that he may be able to,
That's what he's hopeful of, Your Honor.
Your Honor, Abigail Wilson for the people.
right. And I know you're looking up that hearing.
I am. It looks like he also has a 1,010% bond on his possession of methamphetamine file. That is, we just had part of the prelim last week and it was adjourned to another date for the remaining officer. So that file is outstanding as well. Whether or not Judge Dragonchuck is going to reduce his bond on Wednesday, I don't know. But with that information, I would leave it to the court.
What is the bond set on the prelim file?
1,010%.
Right. So he's still got an outstanding bond. All right. So I'm going to grant the motion on this retail fraud to PR bond. So grant the motion to back to the PR bond. So grant motion to PR bond on this retail fraud, with the understanding that Mr. Dodd Brown won't be collecting any time on this now, since he's PR bonded on this, and that will modify the bond, which was previously set at 1,510%, but with also the understanding that he's still got a bond on the methamphetamine case that's still present in front of the court. All right. Anything else for the record on 24-03027 from the people?
Nothing further.
Mr. Lee?
Nothing further, Your Honor.
All right, Mr. Dodd Brown, you're all set. Thank you for your appearance today. Did you want to go on did you want to start calling the FTAs?
Yes.
Or Miss Alanis? And we have, and Mr. All, you said you're on Ms. Jerome?
Yes, sir.
Okay. Let's go on Alanis. And is that you, Mr. Raleigh, or is that Mr. Lee? Okay. All right, so we're on the record in docket 24-030-03004. That is people of the state of Michigan versus Alexia Alanis. Will the parties please introduce themselves for the record? Ms. Wilson.
Abigail Wilson for the people.
Mr. Raleigh.
Jacob Riley on behalf of Ms. Alanis.
And Miss Alanis was brought over today. So we know where she is. She's in the Ingham County. She's brought over by the Ingham County Jail. This is the time set for a final pretrial today. Ms. Wilson, how are we proceeding? And are you waiving Ms. Alanis's appearance right now?
I am, Your Honor. Thank you. Currently, there is a global offer, including this file, that is currently awaiting completion. It's my understanding Ms. Alanis is getting screened for, I believe it's 55th Mental Health Court. I think sending this out for maybe another pretrial to await that resolution would be appropriate.
And that's 55th Mental Health, or is that 54?
55th Mental Health Court.
Is that a fair statement, Mr. Rollins?
Yes, Your Honor, it is.
And you'll let Ms. Alanis know that this has been adjourned and what date it's been adjourned to, is that correct?
Yes, sir.
All right. So we'll set for an additional final pretrial. Is that correct? Because this, yeah, it's set for additional final pretrial for, how far out are you?
30 days.
30 days for screening, yeah.
Tuesday, January.
No,
Tuesday?
not a Tuesday.
In 2025 it is.
Oh, yeah.
That's what the computer says I should say.
Yep, it does change to Tuesdays starting the new year. So Tuesday at
Where was I? Oh, yeah, 8:30, please.
January, what's that day?
January 7th
At
at
8:30.
8:30.
All right. So we'll adjourn for global resolution, and there is a screening in 55th Mental Health Court. We'll adjourn for to January 7th at 8:30. Anything else for the record in 24-03-004, Ms. Wilson?
Not for the people.
Mr. Raleigh?
No, Your Honor.
All right, that's all for the record in that file. How about a Janisha Davis? And
Do you
that,
want to go on drawing? Or do you just leave?
No, she's here. I just want to talk about it.
Yeah.
Like our new case.
well, you said Tuesday,
They're
I
no
was
longer
breaking your own rule. and then-
No, I'm like
You're
trying
not.
to make, I'm like talking myself through this. I scheduled something on the wrong day and this, and I'm just like,
Oh, Lord, did I? For Jerome?
I had on my
There
calendar.
shouldn't be.
It could be.
Yeah, I don't have anything on the docket for her.
That must be just a mistake.
Someone else, yeah, something.
What's that?
No, yeah, disregard.
No.
All right, I'll have it.
Yeah.
All right, so
Can I get a nollie printed for Jerome, people unable to sustain burden?
Yes. So on Veronica Jerome, which is 1702134. That's the one, right?
Yep.
hang on.
It's gonna be nice.
I mean, I can.
Thank you, Megan. All right, so we're on the record in docket 1702134. That's people of the state of Michigan versus Veronica Jerome. Will the parties please introduce themselves for the record? Miss Wilson.
There we go, Wilson, for people.
Mr. Raleigh.
Jacob Riley on behalf of Ms. Jerome.
And ma'am, you are Veronica Jean Jerome, is that correct?
Yes, sir.
All right, thank you. This is time set for a pretrial in the matter. Ms. Wilson, how are we proceeding? And I am in possession of the Nolly Prosser order of dismissal.
Thank you, Your Honor. In reviewing this file, the victim in this matter is Rite Aid, which I'm sure the court's aware is no longer in business. Additionally, it is a 2017 file, so I'm not sure that the people that are witnesses on this matter are even still in the area, or I don't want to say or even alive, but that is a possibility. while I'm not super thrilled about rewarding people for, not appearing at court and having a case kind of lose time, at this point, realistically, I cannot sustain my burden. So I have submitted a knowledge to the court that people are requesting a dismissal without
All right,
prejudice.
Mr. Raleigh, any comments?
I have no objection to the dismissal.
All right, thank you. Based on the prosecutor's representations in this matter, I'm signing the order of dismissal. That means, Ms. Jerome, the case is dismissed without prejudice, but realistically, it's dismissed for our purposes today. All right, ma'am? Anything else for the record in docket 1702134, Ms. Wilson?
Not for the people.
Mr. Raleigh?
No, Your Honor.
You should be all set, Mr. Jerome. Thank you for your
Thank you
appearance.
so much.
Oh, did you want to do an FTA on Davis?
Yeah.
All right, so we're on the record in docket 2401676. That is people of the state of Michigan versus Janisha Davis. This was set for 8:30. It is now 11:36. I do not see a Janisha Davis in the Zoom courtroom or physical courtroom. It would appear that, and I've not seen Miss Davis this morning, or we haven't had any representation. She is not represented by counsel. So let's call Miss Davis in the hallway just to see if anybody's in the
I believe
hallway.
she is represented by Mr. Raleigh.
Oh, is she?
Yes.
Okay. All right. All right. I have none, but ours is not. So she is represented by Mr. Raleigh. Appearances for the record, Miss Wilson.
Abigail Wilson for the people.
Mr. Raleigh.
Jacob Raleigh on behalf of Ms. Davis.
There's nobody else there.
All right. It would appear that the defendant has failed to appear for the pretrial. Ms. Wilson, how do you want to proceed?
Thank you, Your Honor. We're requesting a bench warrant.
Mr. Raleigh.
Let me just check my notes. Your Honor, I have not had recent contact with Ms. Davis. I have no objections.
All right, I have two prior fails. I have two prior failed to appear at arraignment, but this is on an MDOP 200. I also, there's an indication that Ms. Davis did not intend on, at one of the arraignments, she indicated that she was not intending on coming, which probably isn't the thing to say at arraignment, as truthful and candid as it is. But anyway, I'll issue a bench warrant and bond forfeiture. Anything else for the record in 2401676, Ms. Wilson?
Now for the people.
Mr. Raleigh.
No, Your Honor.
All right. That's all for that file. And then did you want to go on Jones? We have
Yes.
Julia Jones.
And Kevin Jones.
All right, let's go on Julia first. All right, so we're on the record in docket 2402963. That is people of the state of Michigan versus Julia Jones. This was set for 9 o'clock. It is now 11:38. Appearances for the record, Ms. Wilson.
Abigail Wilson for the people.
Mr. Lee.
Assistant Public Defender John Lee on behalf of Julia Jones.
I do not see a Julia Jones in the physical courtroom. I don't see a Julia Jones in the Zoom courtroom. Mr. Lee, have you had any contact with Ms. Jones?
I have not, Your Honor.
It would appear that the defendant has failed to appear for pretrial today. Ms. Wilson, how did you want to proceed?
Thank you, Your Honor. This is a dog license ticket. I think a courtesy reset is fine.
Mr. Lee, any objection to a courtesy reset?
No objection, Your Honor.
So we'll adjourn for the dog license.
December 2nd at 9:30.
December 2nd at 9:30.
Yes.
We've reset this for December 2nd at 9:30. Anything else for the record in 2402963, Ms. Wilson?
Not for the people.
Mr. Lee.
Nothing further, Your Honor.
We're all set on Ms. Jones. And then we have a Kevin Jones. So we're on the record in docket 2402451. I'm not doing this on purpose. That's just, I know Mr. Lee's coming in, Mr. Raleigh's coming in. We're on the record in docket 2402-451, People of the State of Michigan versus Kevin Jones. Will the parties please introduce themselves for the record? Ms. Wilson,
Abigail Wilson for the people.
Mr. Raleigh.
I'm Jacob Riley on behalf of Mr. Jones.
Right, this is the time set for pretrial. In this manner, it was set for 9 o'clock. It is now 11:40. I do not see a Kevin Jones on the Zoom courtroom, physical courtroom. Mr. Raleigh, have you had any contact with Mr. Jones?
Not of late, Your Honor. He did appear for his last pretrial or a previous pretrial in September, but I have not spoken to him since then.
All right. It would appear that the defendants failed to appear for the pretrial. Ms. Wilson, how are we proceeding?
Do we even need prior failure to appear? No.
No.
I think a courtesy reset's fine.
All right. So we will adjourn at the prosecutor's request for a courtesy reset. Set for December 2nd at 9:30. So this has been adjourned to December 2nd at 9:30. Anything else for the record in docket 2402-451? Ms. Wilson.
Not for the people.
Mr. Raleigh.
No, Your Honor.
All right, we're all set on that file. Thank you for your appearance. Next,
And then I think we have
Christopher Hill.
Yep.
All right, so we're on the record in docket 2403-256. That's People of the State of Michigan versus Christopher Hill. Will the parties please introduce themselves for the record? Ms. Wilson.
Abigail Wilson for the people.
Mr. Lee.
Assistant Public Defender John Lee on behalf of Christopher Hill.
This is the time set for a pretrial in the matter. It was scheduled for 9:30. It is now 11:42. I do not see a Christopher Hill in the Zoom courtroom. There's nobody by that name in the physical courtroom. Mr. Lee, have you had any contact with Mr. Hill?
I had two contacts with Mr. Hill and Mr. Hill's family this morning. His mother left a voicemail saying that he had a seizure and is in McLaren Hospital. He wrote me he sent me an email saying much the same thing. So we would ask the court to consider resetting this matter.
Ms. Wilson.
I have no objection if we can have maybe like some discharge paperwork prepared for the next date. Just
I do have that that Mr. Hill, as at least his arraignment indicated, that he is prone to epileptic seizures. There was a GPS and a no contact with the complaining victim. All that stays in effect. We will adjourn for the medical condition. But I do think that Mr. Hill should provide the prosecutor with some documentation indicating the reason for his non-appearance today. I'll leave that to Ms. Wilson to take a look at that. But we'll adjourn for medical conditions for further pretrial. And how far out?
I would defer to Mr. Lee.
Mr. Lee, how far are you thinking?
I would anticipate that anything two weeks or greater.
All right.
December 2nd at 10.
So we'll set it for December 2nd at 10:30. So it's reset for December 2nd at 10:30. Anything else for the record? And 2403-256, Ms. Wilson.
Not for the people.
Mr. Lee.
Nothing further, Your Honor.
All right, thank you. That should be it for this morning.
Thank God we didn't have a jury trial.
We moved some files this morning.
It's very warm.
Yeah, it's a little warmer.
I'm like, I'm over here about to pass out. So
Yeah.
it's me or
We did, but we did have a jury trial set for today, but it didn't go.
Yep.
All right, I've got some 130 sentences.
Yep.
And then, so I've got 4 at 130 set. Thank you, Mr. Raleigh, Mr. Lee.
Thank you, Your Honor.
AJ is coming at noon to see why that screen is being weird. He thinks I might have a driver issue.
I think, well, that's fair.
Huh?
I don't know. I just look at whether it works or not, and it kind of works. Sometimes it works, sometimes it doesn't.
I got nothing. I just know I want to make sure it's all back to better before Wednesday.
Right. There's. All right. Well, we'll see everybody after lunch.
Okay.
You did. I appreciate the effort. Good grief.
How you doing? I'm just standing. Not yet. I did fix your back plate back over here. I was
No light.
And obviously.
And he goes, I agree with you.
I'll do whatever you want. This is your world, I'm just a visitor.
So
I'll do whatever you want.
you can do,
I mean, I
The
can
ones-
change those two, leave
Yeah.
these out.
the ones that are
or-
out, if you could just leave those out and then
Okay.
do whatever it is you're supposed to do. But
Okay.
if you could please, for the love of God, make me not feel like I'm in hell. I don't know what you guys can honestly do, because I know once the heat's on, it sucks. But
Pretty
it's so
much.
hot in here, both my courthouse and I almost passed out last week, and my prosecutor looked like she was going down a few minutes ago.
Ooh,
It is just really hot in here.
did these open?
I have them all set on cold. The windows,
don't
no.
open?
If they did, there'd be people out there.
Well, because some of the windows open.
Yeah, no, I don't. But if you get a chance to think about it, or,
Obviously, we already switched everything
well,
over
yeah, 'cause it's super
to
hot.
winter.
I don't know what can be done, if anything.
I don't know, I can go and talk to Ben and Dane and see if they got a solution.
I did send them an email, but I know you guys are super busy.
Um,
And I can't turn the fan up any higher than that, otherwise we can't hear the recording and Judge can't hear anybody.
Oh,
So that sucks in here too.
well, I mean, not unless you turn it up to 3 and then somebody comes in, turn it back down.
We've done that. Doesn't happen.
Oh,
But I just
Sorry.
didn't know of anything. It seems like they're stuck on hot. Like I have them on cold and hot air still comes out,
Oh,
which
yeah.
makes no sense to me. So I know sometimes they get stuck. I'm not saying that's possible, but the building's 100 years old.
That's true. I can go run it past Dan
If you would.
and Ben and
It's
see if
just
they got any suggestions.
That sounds good. And then whenever you want to do the lights in here, we're
Well,
good.
I'll leave, if you don't care, I'll leave them just like they are.
Perfect. If you
So,
can make it cooler. Woohoo.
well, like I said, I got Diet Pepsi and I got ibuprofen.
I have ibuprofen. Exactly that. Okay. You can close if you need to. I can restart Zooms.
Did you guys have something coming up here after lunch?
We have a docket at 1:30. Should be
Okay.
done around 3:30 or 4.
All right. All that needs to happen after this is probably just a restart to be safe. It's like end of day or something.
So why did Windows not take?
I have no idea. I had some issues in Treasury and I just been manually re-imaging them because I think it's a driver that's causing it, but for yours, it probably is a driver too. But it's such a pain to try to find the right one. I just, like I said, I've been just re-imaging it. Whoops. Just easier that way. Yeah, it's been a lot trying to get all of them updated when they run into there. It's like I would try to constantly do stuff and then it just wouldn't work and I'm just like, you know what, this is much easier, but the problem is, of course, we are going to have to reinstall everything, so that's the problem. It's not great.
Judge and I are both gone next week.
Oh, okay.
Kelly should be here if you need somebody to log into DCR.
Yeah, I might. I mean, just to test and stuff. Trying to think though with EIS if they need to do anything because they have to do the firmware and stuff. Usually, like I could try, but I think they just get the latest, but they know all the settings and stuff. So that's the one thing that worries me. I mean, so is this courtroom going to be used next week at all? Maybe I'll just try to figure out if I got a whole week then, because
The only thing I can think of is Megan will
Or
probably
3
log
days.
into our Zoom on Wednesday for our PCCs to handle.
oh, okay. That's
But
not a
it's
big
like
deal.
an hour in the morning.
Yeah, that's not a big deal because I would just do it Monday and just try because that'd give me a full day Tuesday, if anything, or a full day Monday and Tuesday. So why don't I do that? And then
And I'll be around on Tuesday. I don't have an appointment until 3:30 that day.
Okay.
So if I had to come down or if you need me to pop in real quick, I could do that.
Okay, gotcha.
I mean, I'm close enough to downtown that I don't, if I've got to pop in for 10 or 15 minutes, that's fine.
Yeah, it's your call on that one.
Well, I would rather have the safety blanket to know everything works than the 6:45 message you get that says,
Yeah.
what the hell?
Yeah, fair enough.
I'm sure you love those bright and early messages from me.
You're not the only one. It's pretty much like consistently when I get here, it's rush until like 2, and then
Yeah,
I'm
I
good to
feel
go.
bad, but yeah, it's like, I get here in the morning trying to clean stuff up and then nothing works. I'm like, son of a bitch.
Yeah. Well, I get it. I mean, that's part of why I keep on arguing for another person because I'm just like, by the time I'm ready to do other things, it's like, you gotta eat lunch and then I have just enough time to try to figure stuff out. But then if something else pops up, so it's hard to convince those that never done it that this is a problem.
Yeah.
And we're not efficient. Hopefully one day though.
So I'm getting a new hard drive.
No. It'll be the software.
Okay.
Yeah, Windows itself. So if I have to, I will re-image it, meaning I reset it to factory defaults, but it'll have window on there. Windows 11, I mean. So, which is good. But yeah, like I said, a lot of pain because then it's resetting everything up and that's just not fun. It's a big driver.
The judge will tell you, it was definitely not working this weekend. And Megan did something, she logged in this morning, said, yeah, they're both working. I'm like, well, they weren't this weekend.
Yeah, I'm assuming it's driver for sure.
So it was making me mad because I couldn't figure it out. I was like, we got the high gear, just go with that. He said, so weird, only using one screen. I'm like, well, one's better than none.
Yeah.
Because at
No,
one
for
point I
sure.
was like calling Jill, we're bringing them up.
Yeah, no, for sure. As long as one works, that's good. No, it's a pain, but
That's why I don't have one screen.
yeah.
It confuses me having two screens. Like, I don't know. I think he would be less confused if he just used one, but he did how he wanted to, so.
Yeah, and I mean, in the new courtrooms, it's gonna be interesting how we go about that.
I just want one big whopping screen.
Yeah, because I haven't heard anything new, so
Nope.
I would assume that's what's gonna happen.
Two screens for me would be way too confusing. I mean,
Yeah.
I need everything on one.
Yeah, you'll probably, I mean, it wouldn't surprise me if they take the ultra wides, because those are still
Yeah.
good for a long time. It's these smaller ones that'll probably get, like the judges especially, because we talked about the screens in here, like in the desk, because of the fact that, you know, especially Chief Judge, she, who was someone else? I think it was Judge Simmons. They always mention like they've seen it somewhere else where they have them in here, and it made it so much easier because then they can just look down and then still do their thing.
Yeah.
And I was like, that would be really cool. And I know we talked about it, but I don't know if they're shooting for it, because that'll probably come later.
Yeah, I would think so.
Yeah, way later. So I would expect like they were more concerned about obviously the whole acoustics and the design of the courtroom and the technology that has to be wired in. All the other stuff, like, you know, they know the desk has to be there, but what's in the desk
Yeah.
be a little different.
Oh,
That'll be
yes, we
really-
already went over the size of the desks, trust.
Yeah, I assume.
Oh, yes.
Yeah.
And like how tall the barrier between the judge and the JA is,
Mhm.
all that good stuff.
Yeah.
Because at one time they had the JAs not sitting next to the judge. I was like, absolutely not.
Yeah, that's weird. I don't feel like, I feel
Like-
like every courtroom always
I'm like,
has them right
Yeah.
nearby. Yeah, because it's like reboot recommended. Yep. All right, so just reboot it. You know, when you get a chance.
You go ahead and reboot it.
I'll
Yeah.
reboot it now.
Yeah, I just go for it. And I'll plug everything back in. Have my internet she's back.
All right, cool. That'll work.
We'll just let it think about it for a minute.
Yeah. That'll be better to know where it's going. So I'm moving here in 3 weeks.
To the barn dominium.
Yep, very close. I gotta do all the network stuff this Saturday. And then I'm just ready to be done and move.
Apartment
So
living's
tired.
hard.
It is, it sucks. I mean, we like it because of our neighbors, but that's really it. Like it's tight knit, but we need space.
I don't like living on top of it. It's just.
No. It's been one of those things too that like kind of just so outgrew it like 2 years ago. And then it's like we had to store things other places, and luckily family allowed that. So that was nice. So we didn't have to pay for storage.
Why isn't the other one up?
It doesn't have Windows login screen because there's nothing to display. But yeah, it'll be nice. We're already talking about the Costco trips and
Oh, yes.
mugs and what we gotta purchase.
It's always something too.
Oh, there's a lot. I'm just like, I already spent like $1,500. I'm like, gee, what else am I gonna spend on?
Oh, you'd be surprised.
I told you my car got totaled, right?
No.
Oh yeah, it was last Monday. Coming home from West Virginia, hit a car. They slammed on their brakes in a construction zone, but it was because the car in front of us. But there was no active construction or anything, and no idea why he did, because the guy in front of us was super pissed at that guy too. And then completely total it. Now I'm just waiting to see what we're gonna get for it.
Huh.
Yeah,
Well, that sucks.
you know, it was a good car. Now I'm just trying to. I bought a truck. So it's like, well, if I'm gonna buy something, I buy what I want.
Yeah.
And just have something stable. So it's been crazy.
But still, that just sucks.
Yeah, it really does.
And then you're trying to move.
Yeah.
And now you have a car payment.
Yep.
Which
Luckily, though,
sucks.
we'll still save so much money by moving that I'm not like too
All right, so we're on the record in docket 24-02297. That is State of Michigan versus Patricia Giles. Will the parties please introduce themselves for the record? Ms. Wilson.
Abigail Wilson for the people.
Mr. Raleigh.
Jacob Raleigh on behalf of Ms. Giles.
And ma'am, you are Patricia Giles, is that correct?
My name is Patricia Ann Giles.
All right, thank you. This is the time set for a sentencing. And Mr. Raleigh, you had the opportunity to go through the pre-sentence report with your client.
Yes, Your Honor.
Any additions, deletions, or corrections?
We have none.
All right. Is there any restitution in this matter, Ms. Wilson?
There's not.
All right. Allocution, Mr. Raleigh.
Well, Your Honor, I believe the recommendations of the pre-sentence report are fair and appropriate. Being credit for time served. I believe Ms. Giles already has more than 30 days in jail on this file. So I would simply ask that the court follow that recommendation.
Ms. Wilson, is there anything you'd like to say to the court concerning the pre-sentence report?
No, Your Honor, thank you.
All right. Ms. Giles, is there anything you'd like to say to the court before the court passes sentence?
Thank you.
I've had the opportunity to read the pre-sentence report for the JOS, and this is for conduct which occurred on, this was a guilty plea on November 9th, 2024. It is ordered pursuant to that plea, the defendant spent 30 days in jail beginning November 18th. Credits given for 30 days previously served in the matter, and any fines and costs will be referred to collections. I'm going to waive fines and costs on this trespass. And we'll waive crime victims' rights fee and state minimum court cost fee on this. So that'll be a total of 0 on that. And then and then is there anything else on referred to fines and costs? Do we have anything else open?
Let me check just a minute.
So it's just so we know, so we're working from the same.
She looks like she has a 2020 case that has $300.
Right, so there's some.
She has some stuff out there that she should probably address. She has a known.
All right, so
She's a $96 ticket.
I've waived fines and costs on this, waived crime victims' rights fee and state cost fee. But Ms. Giles, you still have you have some other collections issues that you have to go to.
Yeah, right. I already talked.
All right, on the 6th floor. All right. Anything else for the record in docket 24-02297, Ms. Wilson?
Not for the people.
Mr. Raleigh?
No, Your Honor.
All right, you should be all set. Thank you for your appearance.
Oh, God, thank you. Thank you so much. God bless. Oh, God, thank you. Thank y'all so much. A great team.
You said we're gonna wait for you to
Yeah,
tell me
well,
to do it.
yeah, let's make, because I
I can do that.
no.
I can do
You
that.
got phones and
I just didn't see JOS on that. I'm gonna print out a pretty one and then sign that one. It always goes in the one I don't think it should go. All right, thank you. All right. Mr. Raleigh and Ms. Wilson, who are we next on?
Ms. Dane.
Miss Dane, Julia Dane. So we'll call to the record docket 24-01557. That is people of the state of Michigan versus Julia Dane. Will the parties please introduce themselves for the record? Ms. Wilson.
Abigail Wilson for the people.
Mr. Raleigh.
Jacob Raleigh on behalf of Ms. Dane.
And ma'am, you are Julia Dane, is that correct? All right, thank you. This is the time set for a sentencing in the matter. And Mr. Raleigh, you've had the opportunity to go through the pre-sentence report with your client.
Yes, Your Honor.
Your Honor, if I could just address a preliminary matter before
Sure.
we get into sentencing. At the time of plea, the court did sign a stipend order releasing confidential records, namely a CPS investigation report in this matter. I did provide that to Mr. Raleigh today. There are some statements in the contents of that report from a witness in the matter. It's my understanding those statements are about the same as what was relayed to the public defender's investigator. I just want to acknowledge the receipt of that on the record and indicate that we're comfortable moving forward with sentencing.
All right, Mr. Raleigh.
Yes, I am in receipt of that document, Your Honor, and I've discussed it with my client.
All right, thank you. Is there any restitution on the matter, Ms. Wilson?
I believe there is a OWI cost recovery that is included in the recommendation sheet. It's $1,602.23.
All right, and then there's I see an assessment fee.
I'm guessing that's the substance abuse assessment fee.
All right, thank you. Mr. Wilson, Mr. Raleigh, you've had the opportunity to go through the pre-sentence report with your client.
Yes, we have, Your Honor.
Any additions, deletions, or corrections?
We have.
All right, allocution, Mr. Ross.
Your Honor, I think certainly my client has had a lot of time to think about this incident, and she fully acknowledges that it is not, well, I don't think it's reflective of her character, who she is as a person. I think it's a very bad decision that she made. And going forward, this is not something that's going to happen again. I think she understands that she needs to take substance intake very seriously, especially when it comes to the safety of herself, her family, and others. So I think certainly this has been a kind of learning experience for her. And I do also want to say that I think the recommendations of the report are appropriate, and I would ask that the court adopt those recommendations.
All right, thank you. Ms. Dane, is there anything you'd like to say to the court before the court passes the sentence? All right. So this is for a guilty plea. And this was on September 9th, 2024. For operating while intoxicated, what's traditionally referred to as OWI. I will follow the recommendation of the judgment of sentence. It is ordered that the defendant spend 7 days in jail beginning November 18th. Credits given for 1 day previously served. I will suspend the additional 6 upon successful completion of probation. And so I am following the Killebrew agreement set forth. I will set fines and costs. Fines at $200, cost at $200. Crime victims' rights fee of $75. Ingham County Prosecutor Office cost of $100. State minimum cost of $50, assessment of $100. Probation is going to be for 6 months via Zoom, and that's $30 a month. And then there's an LPD recovery cost. So I'll give you a grand total of that. 23, 80, plus 100, plus 50. So that will be a grand total I have of $2,507.23. Probation for 6 months via Zoom is appropriate. No assaultive or threatening behavior, no use of possession of alcohol, marijuana, or controlled substance without a prescription. Submit to random PBTs and or urine analysis as directed by your probation officer. No bars or nightclubs. Complete the following rehabilitative services and pay fees and provide proof of completion in the court. That is any substance abuse education and pay fees, which we've already indicated. That'll be provided by your probation officer, ma'am. Attend victim impact panel within 90 days with verification. Obtain and maintain employment and not to purchase or possess firearms, ammunition, or weapons of any kind. This may be reportable to the Secretary of State. That'll affect your license. All right. I don't know what they're going to do since they take care of the licensing ramifications, but they will get an indication that this is happening. All right, ma'am. All right. From the judgment of sentence and from the indication, this looks like it is a one-time event, all right? And so that's how we're gonna treat it. We're just gonna treat it as a learning event, and then we'll go from there. So with that in mind, that is how the judgment of sentence, that's how the probation report was written. Anything else on 24-01557, Ms. Wilson?
Top of the people.
Mr. Rowland?
No, Your Honor.
All right, Ms. Dane, usually what trips people up in front of me is that they test dirty, okay? They either have they ever have a drink or there's all kinds of reasons for you not to do that, right?
I'm
All right.
pregnant.
Yes, so there's all, yes, I'm old enough to know not to say anything or ask, but there's all kinds of reasons that you know why that shouldn't be an issue in this response. Get through this 6 months and you can put this all behind you, all right, ma'am? All right. That's all for the record in 24-01557. Thank you today for your patience. That's my pretty one.
I think we're ready.
Nathan Kreit.
Good afternoon.
Good afternoon, Mr. Feigelson. All right, so we're on the record in docket 24-02296. That is people of the state of Michigan versus Nathan Kreit. Will the parties please introduce themselves for the record? Ms. Wilson.
Abigail Wilson for the people.
Mr. Feigelson.
Yes, Your Honor. Good afternoon. Assistant Public Defender Stephen Feigelson on behalf of Nathan Kreit, who's standing to my left this afternoon.
And sir, you are Nathan Kreit, is that correct? All right, thank you. This is the time set for sentencing today. Ms. Wilson, is there any restitution in this matter?
Yes, Your Honor, thank you. There is restitution owed to an Anthony Dennis in the amount of $3,959.98. I believe I submitted a pink sheet at plea.
3,900.
And it is in my version of the recommendations of the PSI.
Okay. So I'm going to add that $3,959.98 as a part of restitution. Mr. Feigelson, you have had the opportunity to go through the pre-sentence report with your client.
Yes, Your Honor.
Any additions, deletions, or corrections?
Well, one, Judge, on the front page where it talks about detainer pending charges, he did get sentenced in October of this year on the case in front of Judge Jamo, but I believe he got released. When did you get released?
On the 14th.
On the 14th, Your Honor. So I think that the release date of January 5th of 2025 should be changed.
Okay.
It's 11/14.
He was released on November 14th.
Yes, Your Honor.
All right.
I think that's also going to change the days of custody credit from 104 to 100. Your Honor.
So that's credit is for 100 days.
Correct, Your Honor. I don't know if there's a place for it, but Mr. Kreit tells me he's going to be starting work at U-Haul next week here on Cedar Street in probably Lansing, but it might be Holt. It's Lansing.
Nice.
It is Lansing.
Right. I will read that on the pre-sentence that the anticipated starting work is with you all next week.
Correct.
Which would be starting November 25th.
I think he says he starts next Thursday, Your Honor.
All right. So that would be Thanksgiving Day of November 28th. All right, Mr. Feigelson, allocution.
Yes, Your Honor, I've had a chance to look over the recommendations. They're asking for credit for the, obviously 104, but really should be 100 days credit. Suspend the rest upon completion of a breakout program, Your Honor. I had asked that he be given the credit for the 100 days be placed on a period of probation. I do believe that is necessary for a couple of things. One, he is employed, he does have employment. I hate to see him lose that too. He has to pay Mr. Dennis back nearly $4,000, and putting him in jail is going to be difficult to accomplish that. That is a good sum of money. So I would ask that he be placed on probation. I do believe he can get through probation, Your Honor, so that's what I'd ask him today.
Thank you. Ms. Wilson, any comment on this judgment of sentence pursuant to Mr. Craig?
I'll leave it to the discretion of the court.
All right. Mr. Crichton, is there anything you'd like to say to the court before the court passes sentence?
Sir, yes, over the last 4 months, I've had time to think about, the situation I put myself in. And I also just would like to say, I apologize for, just basically wasting time on, such a split-second decision. I rest my case.
Thank you. Well, Mr. Crichton, you placed yourself in an almost untenable position concerning the probation department. I rarely see, well, it's not often that I see the amount of other cases going on in regards to some of this behavior. That's problematic for district court probation. They are willing to work with you on some level because they talk about the breakout program. It's really, Mr. Crichton, the ball's essentially in your court, but we're gonna start with following the recommendation of the judgment of sentence. So this is for a guilty plea on September 13th, 2024 for count 1 of use of methamphetamine, count 2 of B&E vehicle less than $200. I'm going to indicate that you're to spend 180 days in jail beginning November 18th, 2024. Credits given for 100 days previously served. On count 1, I'll set fines and costs at $100 fine, $100 cost, crime victims' rights fee of $75, state minimum court cost fee of $50. Restitution in that matter is $3,959.98. I'm not placing you on probation, and that will be referred to collections. And then you have a B&E vehicle to steal property, which is a count 2 in the matter. Because that would be the count 4. And I'm going to set a fines and costs. So on count 2, fines and costs of $100 fine, $100 costs. I'm going to waive the crime victims' rights fee and the state minimum cost fee. That'll be $200, and then we'll add the.
Judge, I have a question for you.
Sure.
I hate to interrupt, but you ordered restitution on count 1. That's on the you should count. Should the restitution?
It should be on count. Should it be on count 4 or our count 2?
Yeah.
Yeah, that sounds more accurate. I think that does sound more accurate. Just.
Thank you.
Yeah. No, I agree. So for this, so it'll be fines and costs, $100 fines, $100 costs, $75 crime victims' rights fee, state minimum court costs of $50. So on count 1, the total will be $325. And then on count 2, fines and costs will be $200. I'm going to waive the crime victims' rights fee. I'm going to waive the state minimum court cost fee. And then we have a restitution of $3,959.90. And that'll be adding the $200. So I'll give a grand total of $4,159.90. And that'll be all referred to collections. And so I also, as a part of the order, once the breakout program pursuant to the pre-sentence report, once that breakout program is completed in the Ingham County Jail, I will suspend any remainder of the remaining 80 days. once that is completed. So Mr. Kright, you will go with my court officer to the Ingham County Jail now in order to start your sentence. Once you finish the breakout program there, the rest of your sentence is suspended, all right? That's kind of the impetus for completing the program. Anything else for the record in 2402-296, Ms. Wilson?
Not for the people.
Mr. Feigl.
None on behalf of Mr. Trey.
Do you have any questions of me? 'Cause that was,
No, but I would like you to read this when I print it,
all right.
just to make sure.
Just to make sure we got it right, I'm gonna wait everybody here and let's print it off and make sure I got it, because I changed it a little
I'm
bit.
not worried, I got it.
You should be able to tell you about the breaking.
All right.
John, do you have anything? It's probably like a 30-day program.
I think it's a 30-day program, but I'm gonna have that. Mr. Feigelson, can you grab that order and I'll just make sure I've got that right. Thank you, Mr. Feigelson. Thanks. 100, 175, 50, 325, 100, 100, 2004.
Wendy, can you check yours, Mike?
Davis, financing cutoffs for in 48 hours for release.
When you look at the tab, I did breakout program, once completed in the jail, I found suspended.
Perfect. Perfect.
I just wanted to make sure that I
Nope.
got it.
If we get a call on it, it's not because we weren't clear.
I tried.
All right. All right, thank you, Mr. Feigelson.
See you soon.
We'll see you soon.
See ya.
Thank you, Wendy. And then this is Miss Adams. All right, so we're on the record in docket 2402-372. That is People of the State of Michigan versus Shariva Adams. Will the parties please introduce themselves for the record? Ms. Wilson.
Abigail Wilson for the people.
Mr. Lee.
Assistant Public Defender John Lee on behalf of Shariva Martika Adams.
And ma'am, you are Shariva Martika Adams, is that correct? Oh. This is the time set for sentencing in the matter. And Mr. Lee, you've had the opportunity to go through the pre-sentence report with your client.
I have here.
Any additions, deletions, or corrections?
The only addition that we would add is that she's actually working two jobs. They list McDonald's here. She is also working as a CNA at a establishment called By Dawn's Early Light.
Your Honor, do you have the CCH in the file?
I do.
Do you mind if I take a peek?
Sure.
Because the probation one looks very different than the one that we have.
Yeah. And there's several aliases, but
That could be the hangout.
but
Yeah.
you can take a look at that.
Thank you, I appreciate it. Thank you, I appreciate it.
Ms. Wilson, would you like to be, well, I'll go through and we'll finish. Is there any restitution on the matter?
There's not, Your Honor.
All
Thank
right.
you.
Allocution, Mr. Lee.
Thank you. Ms. Adams has stepped up and taken responsibility in this matter. She did so thinking that 7694A would apply. We later discovered that there was in fact a misdemeanor aggravated assault guilty plea 18 years ago in 2006. So that negates that she won't be able to participate in that program. The second job that I related to your honor will probably go away as a result of that. As a CNA, you can't have any sort of violent convictions in your recent history. So as a mother of 5 with a job at McDonald's, Ms. Adams is very realistic about the challenges she faces. I think that some of the probation report read as though she might be making excuses. I would counter that perhaps she was looking at the situation as realistically as possible and trying to imagine what she could do and when she could do it. That being said, it was always her intention to complete probation. This certainly was at the time she made the plea. So she would have gladly participated, but we agree that the recommendation that she be ordered for 10 days in jail and credit for time served would be appropriate. We think that the fines and costs associated with this charge, as well as the penalties she will certainly face in the private workplace, will be sufficient to remind her that this sort of conduct is not acceptable. We would only ask that the court enter an order for the removal of the tether at the conclusion of the sentencing.
Thank you. Ms. Wilson, is there anything you'd like to say before the court passes sentence and allows Ms. Adams to say something?
Briefly, Your Honor, I hesitate with regard to just a fines and costs on an assaultive case. I think some kind of probation or something would be appropriate, but ultimately I think it's the court's discretion.
All right, thank you. Ms. Adams, is there anything you'd like to say to the court before the court passes sentence today?
The only thing I want to say is, like I said, I never had a problem with doing the probation. But I just know that now it's not going to be able to be off my record. So that this, like I said, being on this tether and I be able to work that job, I had to pick up the McDonald's job, just not covering my bill. So it's, I don't know. I learned my lesson from that definitely because I've been working this job for a long time.
Do you really think of probation, an order of probation? I mean, the recommendation is 10 days in jail credit for 3 days. So that's 7 days in jail.
I can't do that. I've just got to, I just turned my lights on today. My lights have been turned off and everything because I haven't been able to work. I'm the only one to take care of my kids right now, so I can't do that. The probation, I don't have a problem with probation. Like I told him when I talked to a probation officer just the other day.
I feel like I'm just putting you on probation, so you'll violate probation, then I'm going to put you in jail.
I would never violate probation. I never did before.
But and the before is part of the problem. I mean, you have an extensive history here, but it seems to stop around 2007. I don't have any. I don't know what started happening in. Well, you've got an R&O out of 2021. That's 3 years old. Before that, you had a retail fraud out of 2008. Resisting and obstructing. So you have a resisting and obstructing out of 2021. It looks like that was started as a domestic violence. At least that was the charging segment. Count 1, domestic violence. Count 2 was resisting and obstructing, and then you pled guilty to resisting and obstructing in 54A District Court as of 2021. That's how I'm reading this?
Attempted resisting.
Okay,
yes.
Yeah, the 1 year.
Absolutely, that's accurate.
So my question is, I mean, you're looking, you say you can't do 7 days, okay? But we're talking about putting you on probation for a period of time.
Yeah.
And that just seems like we're kind of setting you up for failure.
The probation officer told me he was going to recommend 6 months probation. That's the discussion we had. And I said that was fine. You know, I don't have any problem with that. Like I said, as long as I can be able to go to work, that's my problem because I have to pay for the drops and I have to pay for the intermittent classes he wants me to take. I don't have no problem with that as long as I can continue working. That was all I had to say about that. I have to be able to work to be able to pay for that. And I'm pretty sure there's some fines also that needs to be paid for. That's just my major problem is I have to work.
Who is the victim in this case?
He's 21, he's my stepson, he's 21 years old.
So you and your stepson got into argument.
Yeah,
And you had, that's the domestic out of this.
yeah.
Well, Ms. Adams, if you tell me you can complete probation, I'll put the, I'm gonna order the time, but we'll put you on probation. I'll put it in abeyance, all right? I think that's fair, but I personally think that I'm setting you up for failure, all right? Now you need to, you're gonna have to prove me wrong here, all right? And we'll work on that. And I'm gonna fashion an order that keeps that in mind. So this is for the guilty plea for domestic violence. And this is for September 9th, 2024. There was a Killebrew agreement of no upfront jail, and there was no objection to 769 for a status. I'm gonna stay in line with that at this point in time. So we'll have a Killebrew. So you're not allowed to withdraw your plea because I'm staying in line with the, I'm gonna set it for $100 fine, $100 costs. It is ordered that you spend 10 days in jail beginning November 18th. Credits given for 3 days previously served, and I'm suspending the additional 7 days upon successful completion of probation. All right. So fines and costs of $100 fine, $100 cost. Crime victims' rights fee of $75. State minimum cost fee of $50. You'll be placed on a term of probation of 6 months. And so probation for 6 months. The 716-94A is not granted because it's not, you're to have no contact with the victim in this case. And the victim in this case would be let's see. Oh, I see where it's in the report.
I have his name as,
Noah Deepa?
yes, sir.
All right. So we'll have no contact with victim Noah Deepa. What's that? I'm sorry. Oh, it's DEPA. NOAH DEPA. To be 2,000 feet of where the victim works, lives, works, goes to school without consent of the court. No assaultive or threatening behavior. No use of possession of alcohol, marijuana, or controlled substance without a prescription. Submit to random PBTs and or urinalysis. No bars or nightclubs. You're to complete the following rehabilitative services and pay fees and provide proof of completion to the court. And that would be the anger management group. Not purchase or possess firearms, ammunition, or weapons of any kind. And then any fines and so you're being placed on 6 months probation at this time. So you should go to the 5th floor and find out who your probation agent is, who you're reporting to. This has been fashioned specifically for domestic violence, although there is a control, there is a alcohol, marijuana controlled substance aspect to it. which would be in all domestic violence situations, all right? But this is being treated as a domestic violence situation. I'm not ordering GPS, all right? So I'm not ordering GPS. So the if there is a GPS, it can be removed, all right? But you are under a no contact order with Mr. Deepa, all right? All right, anything else for the record or any questions concerning the judgment of sentence, Ms. Wilson?
No, Your Honor, I think the last I knew Ms. Adams had a scram tether. I'm not sure if she still does.
She may have a scram tether
I'm
in,
not sure if that's JSG still, but I have
Right.
the email.
so who does the scram tether?
Oh.
Well, we will track down who to send the email to. The scram tether will be taken off, all right?
I'm pretty sure it's JSG.
It's JSG?
I think
All
so.
right.
I think I'll take their proof of that iPad.
I'll tell you, Miss Adams, what gets most of the people in front of me is testing dirt, okay?
Yeah.
So you, just so you know that, all right? But I'm willing 6 months, we'll put you on domestic violence probation for 6 months and we'll go from there, all right? So let me give you a full number for the fines and costs here.
505.
What's that?
505.
It'll be $505 total amount for fines and costs. That can be paid over the terms of your 6-month probation.
Okay.
All right. Go down and check to see who you're on probation with. I don't know if I'm doing you a service, but if you tell me I'm doing you a service and you can learn from this, let's learn from this. I will tell you what, I've got 7 days to play with just on the first or second technical violation. So I want to be proven wrong here. Okay. All right. You're all set, Miss Adams. Thank you for your appearance today.
Thank you. Okay.
Then you're gonna print. Abigail, you want to grab that?
Yes,
for
I
me?
will.
We'll add that to your
My job description.
one of many for me.
Okay. All right, thank you.
All right. So that's yeah, I've got 100. I think you got it all.
Or kind of fast.
Well, yeah, it helps. To, 8. Today the 18th.
Yeah, yes. Mr. Lake.
I'll tell you, Mr.
Can you do this?
Yes. All right, you can have a seat. All right, we're on the record in docket 24029000. Mr. Hintz, your appearance for the record.
Good afternoon, Your Honor. John Hintz appearing for the plaintiff, Mary and Evan Down. This is
All
the
right.
time and date set for a
And-
creditor's exam.
Thank you. And ma'am, you are Anna Escobedo, is that correct?
Correct.
All right, thank you. This is the time set for a creditor exam or as indicated or a discovery. We have it as discovery. So, Mr. Hintz, did you want me to swear in Miss Escobedo and then we can put her on an iPad and place you in a room so you can complete the examination? Would that suffice?
That would be great, Your Honor. Thank you very
All right.
much.
So, Ms. Escobedo, what I'm going to do is, this is the portion of time for discovery. So I'm going to swear you in, okay? And then I'm going to have you follow my court officer. She's going to put you on an iPad. And then with that iPad, I'll place you both in a room and you can share whatever you need to share, all right? All right, please raise your right hand. Do you solemnly swear or affirm to tell the truth, the whole truth, and nothing but the truth under penalty of perjury? All right. All right, I'm going to have you follow Megan and she'll set you all up and she'll get you a room for privacy. And then once you join us, I'll just put you in a room with them, all right?
Okay.
Thank you.
Thank you,
All
Your
right,
Honor.
Mr. Hintz, you should get a prompt. Let's see. I had these breakout rooms all set up. And then something, here we go. All right. So you should get a prompt, Mr. Hintz, to go to room 1.
Very good, Your Honor. Thank you. There it is.
All right, thank
I will
you.
do so.
All right, Mr. Heinz, let me get Ms. Escobedo back and we'll put it on the record.
Okay, thank you, Your Honor. She should be coming back right now. I was just stopping back in to let you know that she answered all my questions and that we're all set.
Here's something. I hear somebody coming, walking. Here we go. All right, Ms. Escobedo, you can come up here. You can have a seat. All right, so we're back on the record in docket 2402900, and Mr. Heinz, did you have the opportunity to, Mr. Hintz, did you have the opportunity to speak with this, Ms. Escobedo in a breakout room?
Yes, I did, Your Honor. And she answered all of my questions. The plaintiff is content, and we've discussed some things, and I know how to contact her. And I'm going to go back and talk to my clients and communicate with her. So I have no need of her anything anymore. So she's free to go as far as I'm concerned.
All right. I would think that the next, if this is there, there'll be, but the next issue, since the creditor debtor is, we'll wait for Mr. Heinz to go forward. And then we'll see if pretrial statements needed in this matter. But let Mr. Heinz talk to his client. That'll be set by our civil department. All right. Anything else for the record in docket 2402900, Mr. Hintz?
No, Your Honor. In fact, sir, I believe this is a post-judgment creditor's exam. So she's answered, but I know how to contact her, and we're all set. So she's been very kind and answered all my questions. Thank you, sir.
So, Ms. Escobedo, you should be all set. Thank you for your appearance today. All right.
Thank you, Your Honor.
Thank you,
Have a good
Mr.
day,
Hintz.
sir.
All right.
Have a good day, sir.
You too.